All right, good evening, everybody. We are back with more Book of Hours. As I've sort of said a couple of times, there is going to be a point in which I put this game away and make it primarily YouTube, but I think it would be nice to get as far as I can to closing out, excuse me, it would be nice to sort of close out at least the run that I started during the beta. Now, there is at least some indication that there may be a bit of a difference in terms of the version that I'm playing compared to what the sorry, let me just dismiss the Discord advertisement. There may be a bit of a difference to the version that I'm playing compared to the release one, just simply because I think the best way I can summarize this would be when a change is made to the game, particularly with regards to the workstations. Very often what will happen is you need to use the workstation once to get its updated values. So, for instance, if you were to say, actually, here's a good example of this. There was the change to the phonograph. So there's a phonograph in Collar's office, or near Collar's office, sorry. It was in his sculpting area. And there was one added earlier on in the house. And because there are now two phonographs, the aspects changed between them. And so one of the tricky things to deal with there is if you were playing a save from when the game first came out and you had opened up the room with the new phonograph would not be there. So essentially anything that, any change would take effect. Hello, DTG. Good to see you. And I never take attendance, so whether it's been a while or whether it's been last stream, I'm happy to see you. I hope you are doing well. But yeah, so essentially, if you actually, it's a little bit easier if I just show you the rooms. But I can't remember what the original aspects of Collar's phonograph was, but essentially this one has Knock, Moon, Heart, and Sky. This one has Rose, Scale, Heart, and Sky. So if you were relying on the aspects that were replaced when the governor's phonograph changed, you'd basically get that once, and then after you used it, you'd have the new Rose, Scale, Heart, and Sky, and then if you had something that you wanted to quote unquote read at the governor's phonograph, because I'd already opened up this room, I would have to try and find a way to make it work inside here. So I actually think make it work over here. I actually don't think it's a very bad system. I think one of the things that it's done is it has allowed Weather Factory to continue to update Book of Hours, which is a considerably more complicated game in terms of just the structure and layout of everything than Cultist Simulator. My reasoning here is that if you think of Book of Hours, you have all of these different workstations, you have all of these different combinations, and the recipes will be sort of embedded in the game's files. That I don't think is the big problem, but what I imagine would be a big problem is when you make a change to a workstation, you have a save game, and presumably not all of that is going to be something that you want to change in the background. Like, again, I'm wondering what happens if you add something new or you take out a shelf to a room in a save where you've already committed some decisions there. That strikes me as the sort of thing where maybe you'd be losing items, or basically more and more things can go wrong there. So what the system has allowed is it's allowed Weather Factory to do updates, to do so in a way that doesn't draw too much attention to themselves, usually in the form of bugs is what I mean here. And we get a better game for it, but people who have continued to play the game don't need to sort of completely reset or need to adjust their playthroughs, right? If people are resetting their games, it should be because they want to, as opposed to feeling compelled to. which I prefer. I know for some people they just sort of accept that the inconveniences are part of the experience, and especially for early access stuff, I think I can sort of understand that. But when it comes to sort of a base game, I do feel that there's a little bit more of an expectation of consistency, let's say. So anyways, all of that is to say is that because I'm playing a save that I started during the beta, and I'm particularly thinking of the behind the scenes. So here we've got Frasier Strathcoin, Kokil Amirjibi, Daymare, Peter Ekdistis, Isan Fekri, Father Stanislav John Schaller, Lala Kaima, Azita Bakara, and Arthur Moore, Serena Blackwood, Corso Reverte, and Yvette Southey, and Olympia Bichet, Ibn Aladim, and Wakefield, and then the records. I'm trying to remember. I don't recall. I get the impression that there were other entries. Then again, I think some were added over the course, so I could be wrong on that. Anyways, all of this is to say is that this is the sort of thing that I think I'm only going to use once. I haven't actually got to the Lighthouse Institute parts of the game, but I do know that that was the part that was the least sort of developed of the game. So I kind of want to acknowledge the fact that I may have a different experience than what the release version is, and that's fine because I'm doing a release version, when on YouTube. So. Oh, are you talking about all of these? So I should clarify here, all of these names are not, you pick one of the three. So of my treasurers, I can have, and I think these change, by the way. I think there are events that can happen in the game that will change who's eligible for it. But yeah, the choices that you get are Frasier Strathcoin, Kokil Amirjibi, or Daymare. So one treasurer, basically all the rich people. You can pick among Peter Ekdistis, Isan Fekri, or Father Stanislav John Schaller. And then, again, one of Serena Blackwood, Corso Reverte, Yvette Southey, and then one of Olympia Bichet, Ibn Aladim, or Zachary Wakefield. One thing I will actually... I was going to talk about this a little bit, but I should finish the thought. But yeah, I guess the big thing that I wanted to point out is that there may be a difference in terms of the ending that we get on stream. But like I said, the aim here really is to make sure that I'm kind of getting back to the variety on the stream and making sure that I'm also keeping the Weather Factory fans happy. And I think the best way that I can do that is through the YouTube channel, because I'd also like to get back to some Cultist Simulator stuff on the YouTube channel as well. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm not going to... it doesn't mean that I'm gone forever in terms of Book of Hours, but it is worth remembering that I did Book of Hours for a really long time, and then I had a little bit of variety. And then the House of Light beta came out, and I more or less went back to constant Book of Hours. And there is going to be a point, I imagine, where people may even sort of turn off the channel if they haven't already. So I think we're at the point now where people kind of expect this to sort of be a one-game sort of channel, and that maybe the people who came for other things have moved on. And of course, the people who are coming for Book of Hours may not be so happy with some of the other choices, because one of those choices is going to be Cyberpunk, for instance. But in the end, right, my view on this is that if I don't try other games, I'm not going to find stuff like Book of Hours and Cultist Simulator, right? I found Cultist Simulator because it was on itch, and if I'm not willing to try out new things, I'm going to be very happy with these games, but I'm going to miss the opportunity to see all of these other fun ones. But of course, this is way off into the future. We haven't even opened up the whole house yet, let alone followed through on all of the different different things we can do. in the late game. Book of Hours is definitely long, but it's not for the faint. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a very enjoyable time that I've spent with the game. So I don't want any of that to come off as being unhappy or eager to get to the end. I'll be happy just because I do like seeing where the game goes. I like being able to sort of see, oh, hey, that's a really satisfying way to sort of close out. I'm glad I did that. But yeah, like I don't. I also sort of recognize that if I get too, oops. I'm not going to do this all the time. Obviously, this is a system that's quite brittle, but yeah, I don't know. I'd like to get to an ending. I'd like to see where we go with the Lighthouse Institute, and then I'd kind of like to get back to a bit more variety, so that when we do return to Book of Hours or Cultist Simulator, it's the sort of thing where everybody's pleasantly surprised, saying, "Hey, I really like that game." So, hello, Selphea, and Tux. It looks like. All right, so I did mention both in the title. So one of my aims here is to handle the Egg of the Dune, and then also, oh, actually, the Labyrinth's Prisoner. Oh crap! Did I forget to write down the Arthur Moore one? I'm gonna feel like a real clown if I did. Sorry, consulting the tablet. I'm actually a little surprised to see yourself, just because I know I've been creeping closer and closer to Australia time, and by which I mean actually starting on time for myself. And I know you, well, one, you work, which I think you are right now, given your indicator. But yeah, I just I know the start times have been a bit inconsistent, but the inconsistency sometimes works in your favor as far. Well, I don't know if it's your favor because, well, presumably you're here because you want to be here. But I was gonna say, if it's not a good stream night, usually if I'm going later, I will be really stressed out and tired. Let's take a look at what we've got for the list. So. For the Egg of the Dune, actually, so here's one point that I wanted to make in terms of how this is set up. I have a slight preference. I do have a slight preference for Olympi in this. Sorry, so my default is to have a slight preference for the existing Curia figures. So like it's kind of appealing to see Ibn al-Adim as a secretary nunciant, but an Olympi Bichet, it's like the Kersham review isn't necessarily bad, but it's, you know, maybe not the one where I would want it to be just. I don't know, it's sort of like, you could say, okay, well, journalists are good at talking with people, so yeah, we should make them an ambassador. It's like, okay, but what if they worked for a tabloid, right? If you work for a tabloid, you still need to be good at interacting with people. You still need to be able to get your story. But, and also tabloid, so far as I can understand, is actually about it's a paper size or like a shape of the paper. As opposed to broadsheet. But obviously tabloid means something different. Of course it means, for all the old people in the channel, the finest investigative reporting on the planet. Go ahead, read the New York Times if you want to. They sometimes get lucky. But yeah, I think, all told, I do have a weak preference for some of the Curia figures. And I kind of like how the game gives me a bit of a nudge in other directions. So, for instance, in terms of things that I think are consistent with what we did with Schaller, and I don't know where I'm sort of feeling this playthrough is going right now, it does actually feel like Olympi is a little bit more consistent in terms of the direction I want to take things. And with that in mind, a big thing about the Lighthouse Institute is that you don't just build it in the game; you actually do direct its actions. So, in this case here, you can found it around sort of different principles, which I think is kind of a neat idea. And so as a result, I do want to be kind of conscious about who I am inspiring to join the Institute. Anyways, I do have my tablet up, so let's just take a quick look at what's going on here. Should probably delete a few of these notes because it is getting quite long. I was really under the impression that I wrote something down for Arthur Moore and his goal. Exactly, and it's a choice. To what DTG said, it's a choice that I respect a lot because I know how people... So one really disappointing thing about doing Mass Effect, it's a wonderful game, but doing Mass Effect 3 essentially involved people like relitigating the ending as it was released over and over again. There was actually one person where I had to say, like, you know, if your goal is to make me stop enjoying the game, you need to go somewhere else, because I am really enjoying this and I'm not going to change my view because because you want me to feel like it was bad on release. I don't think it was. Now, admittedly, I didn't play it on release. But the thing that was actually really funny about this, about that ending, was that I actually had a very specific character in mind when I played. I had kind of a direction that I was going to take it. And as it is, the endings that they chose, independent of the epilogues that they wrote, it actually wound up being very appropriate for sort of the general direction I wanted to take things, which was a pleasant surprise. So I was sort of doubly happy about that. And so, like, for my own part, and I do realize I sort of have the benefit of sort of hindsight with this. But I was actually, I thought it was very good. I was actually very happy with the way that they ended it, and I just imagine, I see the whole sequence of people getting after BioWare for that game and for that release as just being a marker of something quite unpleasant that kind of seemed to stay in gaming. So the reason why I make that point is that I actually think it's given me sort of an appreciation of how difficult it is to work with audiences, right? So in a lot of cases, you can't actually get away with a nudge. And the reason you can't get away with a nudge is because they're probably going to, they're going to fail to pick up on it. You do need to make it really obvious in terms of where you're going or what you're signaling. Now, this is a smaller game, and so it can afford to be a bit more subtle. I think that's pretty apparent. I would imagine that's pretty apparent for the just because of the sorry, I'm erasing a few notes here that are no longer relevant to the sheet. So there's going to be a certain amount of selection that goes in for the audience for this game. If you don't like looking things up, if you don't like trying to figure some things out, you're probably not going to spend a lot of time in this game, which of course is a shame. Like, I'd like it if people if more people could enjoy this, because I do think it's a really special game, and I think it's a game that more people can enjoy if they give themselves a chance. But I do also understand that, not everybody's necessarily going to want to spend that amount of time. Like sometimes it's nice to just sit down and, just let something wash over you, right? Don't spend a whole lot of time thinking about it. I think so I'm a little disappointed that I don't have the Arthur Moore note. There was also a sort of further interaction note that I got that I forgot the two participants. But this does give me an idea in terms of the next salon. So sorry, I just need one more adjustment. So I need to find a book on Maya for Olympe Bichet. I'm not 100% sure what I need for Arthur again. I believe he needed Deoris book 3, actually, if I remember correctly. I really feel like I made a note for that. And then I need something to help Connie decide whether the Suppression Bureau is worth sticking with. So there's a couple of options here. Oh, and then, sorry, if I didn't say it, Madame Bichet needs a book on Maya. So in terms of options that I have, just going over my books here. I had the Exorcist's Field Guide somewhere. Because I think the Exorcist's Field Guide is actually written by a... it's like Astieri Wheelock, I think. It's mentioned that he's a member of the Suppression Bureau, so I imagine that might be one relevant to Connie's interests. And I thought that might be a fear one. I do also wonder if Glimmerings would be one, because it does talk about a prisoner in the Kukerbed. Okay, what do we have for these? Oh, here we go. An Exorcist's Field Manual, a practical guide to troublesome dead grounded in theory but with a clear focus on their disposal by the redoubtable detective Astieri Wheelock of the Suppression Bureau. So this may be one that Connie's interested in. I know there's multiple Kukerbit prisoner records. I believe we only have one of them. However, this is the one that I actually feel the most inclined to give her, because it does seem to be, like, what's described here is maybe not the nicest, but it is, I think, a reasonably fair representation of what the Bureau is doing and why. And so that sort of feels like the one that is most consistent with presenting the most information to someone who's making a big decision, which I sort of feel is the most appropriate role for me to take in this situation. I don't think... No, the rest of these are ones that we haven't read in the playthrough yet. By the way, I completely forgot to mention, I imagine that this was not this was not in Weather Factory's mind when they chose this symbol. So I imagine that this is the trillium flower. So I mean, this has been something basically since I first saw this image. I kind of assumed that was the case. But what I thought is also really interesting, and I never pointed this out, this looks almost exactly the same as the symbol for the province of Ontario. So the province in the clutches of the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. I've been meaning to put up a flag to show people, but now I don't think any of the... Yeah, so I mean, I think we only have 2 books relevant to the... Also, actually, I think when I was reading up a little bit on the Trillium Flower, and I believe it does actually have red, white, and black flowers as well. So there's also a couple of other references. Yeah, yeah. Okay, actually, here, let me. If you're gonna do a Google search, I might as well show it off. So let me just take a second here. So. Oh, they actually changed it recently. It looks like, or maybe not. Let me see this. I think I'm just going to rely on Wikipedia for this. Okay, here we go. Actually, this is an interesting one. So this is the specific Francophone flag that I'm looking at, which I think will serve my purposes nicely. So, the Franco-Ontarian flag, this is from the Wikipedia page on symbols for Ontario, recognized under provincial law as an emblem of the province of Ontario, as well as Franco-Ontarians. The flag was adopted as the official emblem of Ontario in 2020 by the Legislative Assembly of Ontario, though an amendment to the Franco-Ontarian Emblem Act, through an amendment to the Franco-Ontarian Emblem Act. The flag was initially adopted as an emblem for Franco-Ontarians through the Franco-Ontarian Emblem Act on the 29th of June 2001. So the other thing that's kind of fun about this, right, is that you also have 3, like obviously the French angle to this is sort of fun because of course it also has 3. So I think that's a fun one. In fact, for all I know, I should actually see what flower that might be representing. Amethyst is the gemstone, established as the official emblem of the province through the Mineral Emblem Act. Amethyst was adopted in order to represent the mineral wealth of the province. Amethyst can be found in clusters throughout northern Ontario, concentrating around the area of Thunder Bay. I was going to say, if it's a yew tree, I am going to lose it, but here we go. Flower, white trillium. So 3 flowers, half the tree. Adopted as the province's official floral emblem through the Floral Emblem Act, 1937, the adoption of the white trillium grew out of a movement during the First World War to choose a national floral emblem appropriate for planting on the graves of Canadian servicemen overseas. Found in the forests and woodlands of Ontario, it blooms in late April and May. These are very sensitive to light and usually bend towards the sun as it moves across the sky. Contrary to popular belief, it is not illegal to pick white trillium in Ontario. However, picking the flower can seriously injure the plant and it can take years to recover. And just for reference, Where's one of the Sisterhood of the Knot books? I just had one up. Oh, here we go. Right. So, the wonderful shape. It really does. And so this is one of the things, like, I have, since Cultist Simulator really, but especially once the world was starting to expand with references to all the other libraries and their geography, I've always sort of wondered, well, what would the new world be like in the Secret Histories? Because there are, it's a former colony. However, it is also, it has its origins both as a French and English colony. The 7 Years' War finally settled that whole matter. And so there's a lot of sort of untamed wilderness and the frontier and, the settler mentality and all of these ideas. Like there's a whole study of Canadian literature and what it means, and like Marion Engel's bear becoming a massive like internet meme for a while. And there is, other than just the fact that some of the stuff can actually be very funny to look at, there is actually stuff that is quite relevant to the Secret Histories setting. So, for instance, first of all, right, just massive. So I still really, my heart is still in British Columbia, but just it's a huge forestry industry, just trees everywhere, right? And of course, the wood and the wood powers are a big thing. So clearly there is some material you can get out of that. You've got the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. You've got the Triple Knot symbol. But even things like during World War II, our Prime Minister was William Lyon Mackenzie King, who has this rather unfortunate nickname of Weird Willie. So in addition to the fact that he is was a very capable politician, the longest serving prime minister in the nation's history, and of course did see us through the Second World War. But the reason he gets the nickname Weird Willie is because he also held occult beliefs. He apparently talked with a spiritual medium. Some actually suggest that this gave him the wrong impression about Hitler, that he sort of had these impressions sort of driven by his beliefs. And this isn't a Raiders of the Lost Ark occultist thing. It's just that he took a set of judgments which were inconsistent with the character of the man that he was dealing with. And I certainly get that some people may think of something else from the name, but like this is the shame, right? Is that in some cases, like it is definitely interesting, and he's got his journals, I think, are a matter of public record. There's a lot of them, so it's tough to go through it. But the thing is that it's something you don't want to look away from, right? So it's a little bit like knowing that Newton was an alchemist and ransacked the Book of Revelation to try and find the date of the end times, and in fact got caught up in the South Sea Bubble, if we want to talk about the things that weren't as good in terms of his physics and mathematics. But obviously it's his mathematical contributions that we recognize. So I sort of feel to a certain degree that with William Lyon Mackenzie King, there isn't actually, I think he is also the only prime minister who has had a PhD. So anyways, separate conversation there. But the 85% off on the Halloween sale. But yeah, so to spend all the time thinking about his unusual spiritual beliefs feels unfair, in the same way that if we were to spend so much time thinking about Newton's alchemical beliefs, it would be rather missing the point. But for the purposes of the Secret Histories, right, there's a lot, there's a lot of really ripe material just staring at you in the face. But again, I don't think this is absolutely consistent for the Secret Histories games. One of the things I really do enjoy about one of the things I really do enjoy about the Secret History games are how they let you look at the world in a different way, right? You can see logos for certain organizations, and like, if there's a key on it, I'm like, ooh, there's knock, right? Um, there's just, if you are sufficiently attuned to what's kind of going on in the game, you really do get these moments of delight when you just encounter something that wasn't intended, but definitely gives it just makes you sort of stop and be like, that's funny. So the white trillium, nothing that we don't already know here, but the legislature adopted the white trillium, Trillium grandiflorium, as Ontario's official flower in 1937. The move to select a provincial floral emblem was influenced by an interest to find a national flower suitable for planting on the graves of World War I Canadian servicemen overseas, although a national flower was never chosen. For sure. And in fact, that's one of the things that made the Exile expansion for Cultist Simulator so strong, was that they specifically asked for people to share interesting local history that, the sort of thing that you wouldn't normally find on Wikipedia. Because, like, it's clearly on this channel, I rely on Wikipedia a lot. And I, first of all, think it's actually quite a good resource. But number two, it's just so convenient to be able to bring up a reference like that and let it just kind of has everything that you'd want to talk about in a summary of something, like any encyclopedia, really. It just kind of has what you need right there. But you never want that to be your only source, right? What you want to do is you want to get a little bit of a push to go and look deeper. And, likewise, if you see something interesting in a game, this is one of the things I sort of hope happens with Assassin's Creed, sort of the same way it happened with me for Civilization, is that you encounter something in a game enough that your curiosity gets the better of you, and you find out about the real world thing, and you find out that the real world thing is actually way cooler than anything you could have imagined, and you're really happy that you took the time to look it up. And even years after release, Cultist Simulator, and of course Book of Hours is only a year old now, year and a bit, but there's a very similar impulse. I guess it's the adult version of that, because I'm sure if I played that when I was playing Civilization, I probably wouldn't have gotten quite the same feeling about this game. I probably would have thought it was boring. But here we go. Floral emblem. The adoption of an official flower for Ontario grew out of a movement during the First World War to choose a national floral emblem appropriate for planting on the graves of Canadian servicemen overseas. The white Trillium grandiflorium, was also known as the wake robin, and the white lily was officially adopted as Ontario's floral emblem in 1937. It was recommended by a special committee of botanists to the Ontario Horticultural Association. In a British botanical work published in 1760, there is a reference to the trilliums as the herb true love of Canada. Found in the forests and woodlands of Ontario, the white trillium blooms in late April and May. The blooms are very sensitive to light, and the white flowers usually bend towards the sun as it moves across the sky. I absolutely love this detail because, of course, the sun is also such an important figure in the game. Contrary to popular belief, it is not illegal to pick the white trillium in Ontario. However, picking the flower can seriously injure the plant, and it can take years to recover. Did I read that before? Clearly I read that somewhere. Oh, they just copied this from the... Oh, it's the exact same source. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, I hope that was a sufficiently interesting digression. I thought it was interesting. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm actually just going to take one quick second here. So we talked about the fleur-de-lis on the Francophone flag. I'm curious if it does say, or sorry, I should actually bring this back up. The fleur-de-lis, also spelled fleur-de-lis. Oh, sorry, I was also going to look up the white trillium on Wikipedia itself, so we'll take one more minute to... I mean, it'd be nice, like, they're citing it, but they've really just, like, straight up copied and pasted it. It's nice if you kind of do your own summary, but I'm assuming, this public resource like this, I don't think there's a copyright sign on it. This is the Canadian Heritage site. Terms and conditions. Yeah, unless otherwise specified, you may reproduce the materials in whole or in part for non-commercial purposes. Anyway, I did want to take a minute here and look up the reference to the trillium itself, but I'm actually a little curious if the fleur-de-lis is a specific flower. The fleur-de-lis, also spelled fleur-de-lis, is a common heraldic charge in the stylized shape of a lily, okay? Most notably, the fleur-de-lis is depicted, on the traditional coat of the arms of France that was used from the High Middle Ages until the French Revolution in 1792, and then in brief periods in the 19th century, the design still represents France and the House of Bourbon in the form of marshalling the arms of Spain, Quebec, and Canada, for example. Other European nations have also employed the symbol. The fleur-de-lis became at the same time, religious, political, dynastic, artistic, emblematic, and symbolic, especially in French heraldry. The Virgin Mary and Saint Joseph are among saints often depicted with a lily. Some modern usage of the fleur-de-lis reflects the continuing presence of heraldry in everyday life, often intentionally, but also when users are not aware that they are prolonging the life of centuries-old insignia and emblems. The lily has always been a symbol of fertility and purity, and in Christianity it symbolizes the Immaculate Conception. Okay, let's read the... So I'm going to take a quick... I'll do the origin and then we will move on to Trillium grandiflorium. According to Pierre-Auguste Bossier de Sauvage, an 18th century naturalist and lexicographer, the old fleur-de-lis, especially the ones found on our first king's scepters, have a lot less in common with ordinary lilies than flowers called flambas in Occitan? Or irises, from which the name of our own fleur-de-lis may derive. What gives some color of truth to this hypothesis that we already put forth is the fact that the French or Franks, before entering Gaul itself, lived for a long time around the river named Lys in the Flanders. Nowadays, this river is still bordered with an exceptional number of irises, as many plants grow for centuries in the same place. These irises have yellow flowers, which is not a typical feature of lilies, but fleur-de-lis. It was thus understandable that our kings, having to choose a symbolic image for what later became our coat of arms, set their minds on the iris, a flower that was common around their homes, and it is also beautiful. And is also as beautiful as it was remarkable. They called it, in short, fleur-de-lis instead of the flower of the river Lys. This flower, or iris, looks like our fleur-de-lis not just because of its yellow color, but also because of its shape of the 6 petals, or leaves, that it has. 3 of them are alternatively straight and meet at the tops. The other 3 on the opposite bend down so that the middle one seems to make one with the stalk, and only the 2 ones facing out from left and right can clearly be seen, which is again similar with our fleur-de-lis. That is to say, exclusively the one from the liver Lutz, whose white petals bend down too when the flower blooms. The heraldist Francois Velde is known to have expressed the same opinion. However, a hypothesis ventured in the 17th century sounds very plausible to me. One species of wild Iris pseudocorus, yellow flag in English, is yellow and grows in marshes, the azure field for water. Its name is in German is Leichsblum, also Gelb Schwertlily. But Leash was also spelled Lys and Lays in the Middle Ages. It is easy to imagine that in northern France, the Lichsblum would have been called Fleur de Lys. This would explain the name and the formal origin of the design as a stylized yellow flag. There is a fanciful legend about Clovis which links that yellow flag explicitly with the French coat of arms. So I am actually a little curious. I want to link to the lily. So what I'm specifically doing here is I want to see how close this gets to the you can really go down a rabbit hole with this stuff. Okay. The white trillium. This will be the last one that I read. Trillium grandiflorium, the white trillium, large flowered trillium, great white trillium, white wake robin, or French trille blanc, is a species of flowering plant in the family, holy crap, Melanthiaceae? God damn, a monocotyledonous herbaceous perennial. The plant is native to eastern North America, from northern Quebec to southern parts of the United States, through the Appalachian Mountains into northernmost Georgia and west to Minnesota. There are also several isolated populations in Nova Scotia, Maine, southern Illinois, and Iowa. Trillium grandiflorium is most common in rich mixed upland forests. It is easily recognized by its attractive three-petaled white flowers, opening from late spring to early summer, that rise above a whorl or a three-leaf like bracts. It is an example of a spring ephemeral, a plant whose life cycle is synchronized with that of the deciduous woodland which it favors. White trillium often occurs in dense drifts of many individuals. The G. Richard Thompson Wildlife Management Area in the Blue Ridge Mountains is renowned for an extensive stand of white trillium that blooms each spring over a 2-square-mile area along the Appalachian Trail near Linden, Virginia. There is a spectacular annual display of white trilliums estimated at near 10 million individuals. There were a couple of references in terms of the woods, so I'm going to go a little bit further here. Trillium grandiflorium is a perennial that grows from a short rhizome and produces a single showy white flower atop a whorl of 3 leaves. Flowering stems are 20 to 40 centimeters tall. The leaves are often called bracts, as the stem is considered a peduncle. The rhizome is the stem proper. Above ground shoots of a rhizome are branches or peduncles. The distinction between bracts. I'm going to spend so much time reading up on basic botany. The distinction between bracts and leaves. A single rootstock will often form clonal colonies, which can become very large and dense. The erect odorless flowers are large, especially compared to other species of trillium, with 4 to 7 centimeters long petals, depending on age and vigor. The petals are shaped much like the leaves and curve outward. They have a visible venation, though this is not as heavily marked as on the leaves. Their overlapping bases and curve give the flowers a distinctive funnel shape. Between the veined petals, 3 acuminate, ending in a long point, sepals are visible. They are usually a paler shade of green than the leaves and are sometimes streaked with maroon. The flowers are perched on a pedicel, a flower stalk, raising them above the leaf whorl, and grow pinker as they age. The flower stigmas are slender, straight, or mostly so, narrowing at the end. The white petals are much longer than the green sepals. The flowers have 6 stamens in 2 whorls of 3, which persist after fruiting. The styles are white and very short compared to the 9 to 27 millimeter anthers, which are pale yellow, but become a brighter shade when liberating pollen due to the latter's color. The ovaries of a six-sided. All right, so none of this helps me. I'm gonna go to the Trillium genus. There's the red Trillium. I think there was a reference to a black one too. Maybe not. I might have just imagined it because I was like, oh, white and red, there's got to be a black one because of the... Or maybe not black, but like a sufficiently dark. Cool. This is definitely going to be a bigger rabbit hole that I go down, but I don't think I have... Yeah, I don't think I have enough that I can sustain a stream on this without just reading for my own interest. But I am interested. Incidentally, I don't think the flowers on this is clearly not a trail. Well, maybe not clearly, but I don't think this is the same flower. I just think it's actually really neat that the symbol for the Sisterhood of the Knot is the same as the symbol that we use for the Trillium flower. And that it does have a couple of other things that would make it fit well in the Secret History setting. Okay, so the other thing that I was meaning to talk about when it came to the book to recommend to Connie Lee is we also can... I do think or we do also have the option of David Green's diary. I'm not going to show that. We did get that in a previous... run. I think that was the YouTube run, but that would be another potential option. The other one that I want to note is Maya. So I'm trying to remember. I remember one of these I think has a piece called A Rose of Maya, but I don't think that's quite what they're looking for. I think they're looking for a book on Maya. Now, I seem to remember the Book of the Centipede, or at least I feel like the Book of the Centipede had a reference to Maya. There's a couple of books like that, which, again, it's always hard for me to remember which ones I have in which playthrough. I know I looked at these last stream and we weren't able to figure out, we weren't able to find any that obviously had a connection to Maya. Hard to see how these would be relevant. I think the best way for me to handle this second one would be if I have... So the best way for me to handle this, I think, would be if I get a... Like, I'll keep cycling through the existing books that I have. I'll continue reading as I do whenever I need memories. And if I see a reference to Maya, I'll make a note of it. Obviously, we'll have some opportunities to buy books as well. I'll just, let that come as it naturally does. That was going to happen anyway. But what I do also want to do at some point is start using the phonographs a little bit more. So I think it's either... So I don't think it's Lake Fusino recordings. But I think one of these two may have a reference to Maya, but doesn't actually, like, it's not a, it doesn't tell you anything about Maya. It just mentions it. So I don't think that's going to give Olympi what she needs. But I'll only do that in the next salon anyway. So one thing I felt a little bit bad about was I invited Mr. Kill to do some work while I was doing a salon, and then he didn't have anything to do. So I think this one I can do a salon. It doesn't tell me when I can do it. I believe I can do one of these in summer. Now the drawback is it's only 3 guests, but I'm thinking maybe what we can do is we can invite the Kills and then Zachary and Connie. And then for fall, we can do either something in the chapter house, the Hall of Voices, or the Hall of Division. And we can essentially, what we can do there is basically I can make sure that I invite the right combination of people who are interested in certain books to deliver on those further stories. So actually, with that in mind, I can prep the next salon with all my spare elements of the soul. So we're going to be inviting Connie Wakefield and the Kills. Now, as far as getting memories are concerned, this isn't necessarily a good plan. But as far as getting specific interactions with Connie and Wakefield go, it's about as good of an option as I can get. So we'll focus on resolving Connie's story. We'll focus on reading enough books to get an idea of what might help out with the books on Maya. And what do I want to do with the rest of the day, I suppose, is the question. I think we can just let the clock tick down because we have the Sweet Bones and all of that running ahead. Oh, lordy, which room did I open? Oh, yes. Cell, question mark. This was the last prisoner to be admitted to the jail, but only the date has been recorded. No record of its origin, crime, or arrest remains. Collars was a man of many secrets. Sometimes, however, he was also a generous man, and he insisted it be provided with a bed and with writing materials should it ever feel the need for them. So here we have the chrysalis. Something might emerge if it could only be assured of a hospitable history. Until that time, its dreams might be audible to one who presses an ear against its trembling, sky-scented warmth. It says nectar, heart, scale, and moth, and then the dorsal will take elements of the soul and liquids, and ventral will take memory and liquids. We also have a ruby-wise ruin, Azamel, a silver ink that can only be made and used in dreams, an ink of revelation, a vase of lilies, and that's it. The impermeable cell. A sign outside the cell reads, "Warning, not to be spoken with nor looked upon. The protections that still hang in the air lend force to the injunction." So 15 Forge shouldn't be that hard for me to get. That's something that I can do with Denzel. I'll take a look to see if we can make that work in the future, maybe. But I think my main focus is going to be on all the scale stuff that I want to do. I say that because, we only have so much time in spring, and if we don't take advantage of the miners' scale abilities, we'll lose it. And I think this time, I know it took quite a bit of time setting up for today, so in this case, I'm okay speeding things along a little bit. I'm not going to constantly be at the max speed, but I figure there's a couple of steps that I can do. Better now. So as always, there's a question as to whether or not it would be a good idea for me to use the Whist to catalog a book. We've got plenty of metal, so in this case I'll just earn a little bit of money. But let's come up with a game plan for the next day. So I think the Vinzant Inscriptions is going to be one of the things. Actually, yeah, so while we do this, I'll just let this run at its normal time. Let's put you on the bridge. Pluck the grapes from the vine. So one of the things I can do while the clock ticks... Oh, night has fallen. Dawn will come soon. This gives me my chance to preserve the wild surmise. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doing. Sorry, doings. So what I wanted to do was work out what are my next steps going to be in terms of... Oh. Leveling up the skills. So I know we put some work into that already. So I can commit Hill and Hollow, Sky Stories, and then Wolf Stories is the next one that I move up. So I guess Menescate Reflections might be the one. Yeah, so if I can get 3 in Menescate Reflections. So there's one with the Vinzant Inscriptions. So what I'm looking for would be 2 more. So the manner in which the alchemist was spared would be a good example of that. The catch for that one, I think, is I've got transformations and liberations. That'll get me 8. I can get 10 with the metal, but I need 14. So I'm still a bit short. Now the Chandler's Wish, that would give me... Actually, I was also working on Inks of Revelation, wasn't I? Okay, I'm going to take a minute to double check my notes here because I can see that I was working on Inks of Revelation but did not actually deliver. So maybe that was just because I had the opportunity. All right. Well, I think the first thing I'm going to do, although I think I need a memory for this... Yeah, it's the old moment. I think before I do anything, I'm going to see what the... Well, no, we know we're going to use the miner. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey for the sweet bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. So this one's kind of a no-brainer. All right, Gale. I'll see if I can make something work with that. So have a chat about health. I'm ready to lend my limbs. Boosts heart, scale, and nectar. Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. All right. So we'll still do our usual routine at the beach. Excuse me. So I don't think Menescate Reflections is helped by the gale. Yeah, Forge and Edge. So I'll still go to the moor. I think what I'm going to do... So I'm slightly curious about one thing here. We use the organ. So... Gale. Apparently I can add another sky if I want. Cool. Actually, I also don't need to add the extra Faust. This feels like a good one for me to try to make. Now the funny thing is I technically don't need to use the Gale for this either. So if instead I go to Solomon's desk, or the Pale desk rather, and I use the Mazarine Fife, so that I can still take Sights and Sensations, and if I add the Ascendant Harmony, we still get the Daidumos. So I'm going to do that. And the reason why I want to do that is I can get my Ascendant Harmony back if I use the Gale. Now I still want to, I do still want to get the Old Moment. So I'm going to renounce the Granite. And then while we're doing that, we'll read the Vinzant inscriptions. We can definitely afford... Actually... I can afford a more minor combination. I guess technically I don't even need the metal, but... we have plenty of whist. No! What am I doing? That was so bad. I should have used the metal. I thought it was 4 instead of 6. Alright, well. I'm going to take this in a different direction then. Let's catalog the last 2 books. Catalog a Dawn Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Dawn Period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So this may be a bit of a stumble. I'm going to... I'm sort of going to tilt this back to my favor by reading a book with foresight. Just trying to see if there's any best... Oh, we'll do the Iron Book. Okay. So, what else? Well, again, the ideal here would be some sort of 2 forge and metal. So we have, again, a ridiculous number of moon and grails. I mean, I guess this helps because it's Sickle and Eclipse, which has edge and moon. It really is the manner in which the alchemist was spared is the ideal one here. So my other alternative is I can start reading some of these texts. Oddly enough, the one that gives me Forge, I don't believe I have yet. I'm actually trying to remember which Secrets of the House I've opened and which ones I haven't, but Fundamental Aesthetic will give me glass blowing and vessel crafting, Applebright Euphonies, Edicts Liminal, Rites of the Roots, and the Watchman's Paradoxes. Decisions. My inclination was to read towards a Fundamental Aesthetic first. But I think I'm going to settle for the Sun Disfigured if I can get the Grail I need. So apparently 6 Grail is my best with Leaves and Thorns. Which of course tells me I just need a sufficiently high Grail memory. So we'll use Nona's desk. We will read one of the satisfaction books. Let's start with the catalog of uncharted pleasures. Okay. Does this get me what I want? Oh, I could have gone for... No, the Lake Fusino recordings gives me the Beguiling Melody. Okay. So, I'm going to read The Sun Disfigured. I'm going to read the Vincent Minglings. I'm going to... Sorry, taking a minute to think this through. I feel like I should try to read The Manner in Which the Alchemist Was Spared, and yet I feel like that might be determined by how this one goes. So I'll hold off on that for now. And that says to me that the main focus for today should be gardening. Although I do have the option of the moth orchids as well. You know what? We'll use the core here. And that's so I can use the health with the beehive. And then for... I feel like I should be cooking a couple of things. So if I open up my food... So again, we need winter and we need sky. So our winter options are a boiled egg, stuffed pale marrow, meringue, potatoes, stargazy pie, a floating island, walls of yeast, mushroom meringue, roast potatoes, and blue crown tea. And then for sky, our options are boiled egg, meringue, cold pheasant with grape salad, scrambled egg, game pie. Actually, I think an egg sandwich might work as well. There was a mention of that in the patch notes, so let's see if I can get away with this. Now, presumably, if I put scrambled egg on... Yeah. Oh, no, hang on. Wait a minute. Okay, here we go. Make egg sandwiches, a dish with heart, scale, and sky, suitable as a first course, sometimes considered inevitable at picnics. Well, I think this goes without saying at this point. And I'm sorry, I was completely in my own little world. So we've got Wanderer down. If you're still here, I apologize. I was busy doing my thing, but it goes well. I actually think I'm making my first egg sandwiches for tonight. For today, rather. Sorry, for this run. And Oswin Meow, a very dear friend of the stream, somebody who I've been enjoying watching play Book of Hours herself. And I know I talked about this before. Actually, Oswin, I'm slightly sad that I didn't get a chance to see you in the first hour, because in Ontario. So, how do you feel about the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot? I feel like this is a group that you may feel a certain affinity for. I don't think you've gotten down here, but I think we can... I'll do the room description because I don't think that gives away too much, but some of the other specifics of this room I'll maybe leave aside. Our Lady beneath, who is Our Lady, the Red Grail, which gives life, which takes life, which is not sated. The Horned Axe, who bears two blades, who waits at the threshold, who sunders that which should not be joined. The Ringyu, who is succulent, who is renewed, who encompasseth, or a fourth, who is always signified, but never named. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, there's a couple other details about that room which aren't like major spoilers, but I think if I can, the thing that I like the most is being able to dangle just enough in front of you to make you interested, but not enough that it's sort of like sometimes people can be annoying about this where they're like, oh, it's gonna blow their mind when they see it. Oh, I can't wait to see it. And it's like, you guys have already ruined it, right? There's no way I'm going to enjoy this now. So. But yeah, there's a couple of things about that room which I think, given time, and especially given the way that you've been reading the books, this gives me a chance to sort of go back to my shout out. But one of the things I really appreciated about Oswin is that she is a broadcaster who will take the time and read the books. And it was fascinating to watch her do that because she was also very apologetic about the stream, sort of saying, oh, I realize this isn't interesting. And like, no, this is really interesting stuff because it's a chance for me as somebody who has been with the setting since the Unity prototype of Cultist Simulator to see someone new to the world, or at least new enough, Oswin originally found me through the YouTube videos. But that should, sorry, I don't know if the link went through, but that should be present on the shout out command here. But yeah, like it's a chance for me to see someone engaging with this for the first time and engaging with it in a different way than I do. So there were a couple of cases where I was like, oh, I never really thought about doing it that way. I wonder where this will go. So I was happy to do some back and forth with Oswin Meow, but the biggest one for me always is to try and avoid being too prescriptive because I think the setting for the game is large enough to accommodate a lot of different views, and I certainly don't want to give the impression that I know it all. I know probably very little about the setting. I just find it very compelling. But anyways, Oswin, I won't do the full rant again because I think some people are ready to just leave. I know when I was talking about James Mattis and his reading habits, I know a few people checked out of the stream there, but I will just let you know that we've got the wonderful shape on here, and thank you for showing that support to Oswin Wanderer Down. So we've got here the wonderful shape, and in this case there's the symbol of the triple knot. You can also see the skill Tridesma Hyra, which I have here somewhere. The rights of the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot, which include certain mysteries of the dwellers in the wood behind the world. We also have against the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot and the foulness of their depraved customs. But what I find so amusing is that when I am on my commute, I actually pass a big flag that looks like this. So we have the fleur-de-lis, and this is a stylized version of a trillium, specifically the Trillium grandiflorum. And obviously, some of you will know that 3 flowers hath the tree, right? White, red, and black. And so for a while, this is not a new one to me, by the way. I just don't think I've actually taken. I haven't mentioned it before. But one of the things I didn't quite appreciate was I did not realize that I thought the Sisterhood of the Knot symbol might be a trillium. Or some version of it, but I did not appreciate that the image for Ontario specifically is was the Trillium. So that was just a fun one. And I've kind of I spent some time talking about how I think there's actually a lot of material that would work very well in the Secret History setting for in Canada. But I think that's also true for just about any setting, right? Obviously, my particular perspective is going to be a Canadian one. Anyways, so I am going to be working on the old moment when I can. Yeah, let's I think I'm ready to unpause and see what happens. Reminds me of right now is not bread after watching British Bake Off. I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. When something is given to the sea, it rarely returns, though of course I did. Alright, so we're taking, in this case we're going to go to the solar altar because I want to make an old moment using the Faust, and that's because I'm going to want to make an earthquake name. Actually, I'm probably going to need to bring back a health to do that. So maybe it was a mistake for me to do so much gardening. But I'll make do. Actually, no. With 10, I think I can get by with the serpent-styled glass. We'll work alongside each other. I'll renew the health here anyway, but in fact, if I pour myself a glass of water now, then I'll have this ready for once I get the old moment. Let's talk to you about the earthquake, or rather the earthquake name. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. Oh, but you know what? I don't think I have any more beef. I'm sorry, that's not entirely true. I do also have the marinated roast beef. So I should have thought before I did that. The Larkabine Codex. Christopher Larkabis claims to have purchased 2 handwritten copies of the Codex from a family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. A third was given to the sea. And a focus of Amber, Omar the Blaze spent 7 years manning a lighthouse in Tyre in atonement for the extinguishing of a sacred flame. By the end of his stint, he was, so terrified of fire that he could not stand to share a room with a candle. This work was written in partial penance. Alright, it's a little bit of a shame to split up the radical measures, but we must accommodate. Boy. Alright. We may need to accommodate, but right now this is going in the overflow room. Poured out. So actually, if you don't mind me asking, Wanderer Down, what did your... So you completed your first playthrough. I'd love to know what librarian you played, what journal you got. And if you'd like, feel free to share the ending that you got, although if you can be a little vague on the details. Like if you remember the aspects, that's enough. But I just know we have a couple of people who've not played the game through, so I don't like completely, grinding a stream to a halt just to avoid spoilers. But on the other hand, I figure a nice thing to do is to at least keep it a little vague so that people don't feel like they missed out on something interesting. Hang on. Wasn't Schloss Jannings 2 scale? Or was it the Ross... sorry, it was the Strathcoyne whiskey that I was serving the minor. You did the Magnate. Do you want the determinations? I'm a little more curious about what what history and what aspect you chose. So I'm actually doing, technically not my first Magnate run, but my first Magnate both under House of Light and that I will be seeing to completion. Alright, the Iron Book, a manual of the Ordo Limea, order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia in the Roman province of Hispania Gallicaea. This manual was compiled by one Melary Yivni, who claims to have traveled to join the Ordo from the crossroads of the waters. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the Iron Chain, that required them to remain hidden from the world. This manual includes presumably long obsolete addresses and passphrases that could have been used to find the Ordo's contact in the town of Iria. The final part of the manual describes the punishments for Ordo members who break their oath of secrecy. This includes an invocation used to summon the spirit called King Crucible as an agent of vengeance. Yivni cautions that this must be a last resort when the Oathbreaker would otherwise go unpunished. Summoning King Crucible might draw the personal attention of the Forge of Days. A marginal note suggests in any case that King Crucible, in the most transcendent Sulk of Sulks, no longer leaves the Mansus. Egg sandwiches, ennobled by the cress, but acceptable without. Ennobled by cress, but acceptable without. A Catalogue of Uncharted Pleasures. The Dark Gentleman is the only and rather grandiosely identified author of this often copied work. Some pleasures, the formula Voluptuous attests, are so intense that they can corrupt the laws of the physical world. This text catalogues some of those instances. Birth occurs at the conjunction of pleasure and torment, so the first forbidden acts of the Forge birth sparks of delight, which took root in the glory or in nowhere. Who can say? So the seeds of the Flower Maker were planted, though for long years he was nothing but an unfulfilled ache. I mean, if you want, have you run into Lady Ettery, Oswin, out of curiosity? Because, do we have it here? This is Lady Ava's Repose. Winter Aspect for the unique. Let me see if I have it. So we've got Ava's Treasury. We've got... Yeah, so this is my Stolen Secrets and Beguiling Melodies, so it won't be in this one. Where is it? I'm missing all the good ones if I... The library is complete without him. Here's one for you, Oswin Meow. Did you know that the Harlequin Romance series is actually a Canadian invention? Yeah. It was owned by News Corp for a while. It's no longer owned by Canadian Concerns, I believe, but its origins, I think it was one of the prairie provinces. I think possibly Alberta. We will rely on the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy to tell us. So... Harlequin Enterprises ULC, known simply as Harlequin, is a publisher of romance women's fiction and various other genres under multiple publishing imprints, founded in Winnipeg, Canada in 1949. From the 1960s, it grew into the largest publisher of romance fiction in the world. Based in Toronto since 1969, Harlequin was owned by the Torstar Corporation. So this is the company that publishes the Toronto Star. Obviously, with a name like that, it's, I guess, technically a local paper, but definitely would be one of the... It was actually, I think, one of the first Canadian papers to go into Apple News, if I recall correctly. And for those of you who care about political slants, I believe that one is a slightly more progressive slash leftist. Like it's not the New Statesman, right? It is not an organ of the left, but it's definitely a little bit more on the liberal side. And then I think the next one was the National Post, which is definitely more of a right side. Who knew that Canadians were so romantical? But yeah, so based in Toronto since 1969, Harlequin was owned by the Torstar Corporation, the largest newspaper publisher in Canada, from 1981 to 2014. It was then purchased by News Corp and is now a division of HarperCollins. In 1971, Harlequin purchased the London-based publisher Mills and Boon Limited and began a global expansion program, opening offices on Australia and major European markets such as Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Greece, Netherlands, and Scandinavia. Harlequin launched an audiobook program in 2015. Sign me up. I'll read you all some bodice rippers. And apparently its imprints are Carina, Canary Street, Kimani, Love Inspired, Mira, Hanover Square, Park Row, and Graydon House. Revenue $585 million. I know I talk about the highfalutin aspects of the highfalutin aspects of books, but they're all books. I am so disappointed though that I don't have yes. So if you find Lady Ettery, Oswin, I think you're going to be very happy. Although it does actually have game relevant information as well. So I'm going to leave it to you here. I think this room may also have something fun for you as well. So the Pale Chamber. In the time of the DeWolfs, this magnificent bedroom was reserved for the Baron, or in Lady Ava's time, the Baroness. Ava had the whole room decorated in black as a gesture of permanent mourning for her father Valentine, or, according to ribald rumors, to set off her own paleness for her lovers. It was Kitty Mazarine much later who freshened the furnishings and made it the Pale Chamber. My apologies, it's not the room that I needed, it's the couch. The sea green sofa is what I was looking for. So here, Lady Ava DeWolf would weave her intrigues and satisfy her secret craving for sentimental novels. Oh, so you have the Bee Silk Journal now, Wanderer Down. Sorry, I was meaning to ask you too. So you gave me the aspect. So I know you got the winter one, but do you mind if I ask which of the histories you went with? If you don't remember the name, I'm also happy to. Or sorry, the history, the Newman cards you went with. If you you knew you loved that sofa. If you want to say the book that you got it from, that works too. Oh, I guess if you did the Magnate. Actually, I don't think I know the unique Magnate ones. I don't think it's the Inescapable Confinement. I'll leave it. Okay, sorry, I'm getting easily distracted tonight. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers to the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. It is spring, and the landlady has served me a slice of her stargazy pie, with the pilchard heads poking cheekily through the hot crust. Final understand. Oh, yes. No, I know that one. I love the description for that book so much. I'm gonna shut up about that one because that's actually gonna be one that I point out to Oswin when the time comes. But that is one that I am really looking forward to her running into on her own. But no, I know exactly the one you're talking about. Wanderer Down. All right, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. Let's give him the Hourglass. I can lend my assistants something to help increasing their abilities. Oh, it's really fun, Oswin. So that one will be related to Julian Cosley. I have been neglecting... Okay, here we go. So I can add a soul, I can add a memory, or duende. I can never remember what the moods give us. So I'm gonna allow myself to wait for the foresight. There's still a chance. And actually, with that in mind, I'm gonna get myself another forge. Oh, darn it, I was supposed to read the Amalgam of the Red Rose. Okay, I should have poured this already, but let's hand off another glass of Strathcoyne whiskey, pour out. Now, Bonkles was mentioning Stargazy Pie. I don't believe... Actually, it's easier for me to consult my Excel sheet. I know that was in reference to the sweet bones, but it's also helpful for me to look at what foods I can give to my visitor. So egg croquettes, mouli au jus, marinated roast beef. Yeah, okay. So the other alternative would be honey haunted, amber pumpkin pie, knot cake, or meringue. Wait, no, that can't be right. Yeah, the knot cake. So the knot cake takes cuckoo honey, and the honey haunted amber pumpkin pie takes the soft amber pumpkin. Both of those are quite difficult to get my hands on. Yeah, actually, Wanderer Drown, we did that on the last stream, so I'm going to be waiting until summer to do my next one. It's going to be a smaller affair in the Gulskrai Logia, but it's partly just to force interactions between Connie and Wakefield. It's also because I feel a little bit bad that I invited Mr. Kill while everybody was getting ready for this, the picnic, and I want to make it up to the Kills. It's not so bad, Oswin. I make it seem like a really big deal because I always short myself on elements of the soul. But it's fun. Like, it definitely motivates a lot of behaviors, which I think are helpful for me. But more importantly, it's just a chance to learn more about these characters. There's some really delightful interactions. So, for instance, I happen to know that 2 of the people that you meet are knitters. I'm not going to tell you which 2. You can guess which 2 if you'd like. I won't tell you if you are correct or not. I can actually add, not only are they knitters, but they are, they're good at delivering threats. All right, we're going to put this in the other storage room. If we can, otherwise it's bridge bound. Sorry, I should be reading this. Honey or beeswax if I'm careful. And pluck the grapes from the vine. So the grapes are mostly so I can get some eggs from the chickens. And we're still waiting 3 seconds on the whiskey. Pour it out. Ibn Aladim and Kokil Amirajibi. Interesting. to make this even more interesting, and by the way, we're all, as long as you don't already know the answer to this, I'm happy to open this up. I know I like individually interacting with Oswin, but I hope this is as good of a recommendation as my actual recommendation for interacting with Oswin's stream, because I have had this opportunity to. This is like the other half of the conversation. Obviously, when you're streaming, you get to talk and everybody else communicates by text. And so essentially this is my half of the talking part of the conversation with Oswin, whereas Oswin gets to do the her talking part on her own broadcast. By the way, she's not just a Book of Hours streamer. I've seen her do Helldivers 2, Disco Elysium. She did all of that, and Pentiment. So but yeah, so my other alternative for those of you who are not familiar with this interaction in the salons, I'm curious if anybody has guesses as to the people who absolutely would not would not be knitters. Like the people who are like, nope, there is no circumstances under which, you know, so-and-so would be a knitter. All right, miner's assistants. I can offer my assistant something to drink. Strathcoin whiskey. The collector has collected a distillery, it seems. All right, I think we can just throw this out. All right, craft an old moment with keeper level scale, not lantern. An old moment can lead to an earthquake name. So we're gonna head down. So I don't believe the altar of the knot works, but the Asite altar does. The horned axe who opens the way and keeps the threshold is accounted the last of the gods from stone. So yes, I need to add at least one more scale. And because I'm doing this now, I could do this at a scale desk as well. Actually, it's nothing stopping me. Now we'll do it the old-fashioned way. Do you mind if I ask what the essay is on, Bonkles? If it's on biology, I happen to know an expert. I guess technically if it's on economics, I know an expert too, but... All right. How long are we waiting on our health? Yeah, that'll be fine. The Vinzant inscriptions. Everett Vinzant transcribed these from a cliff in Anatolia, where he famously survived a lightning strike. He died 7 years later to the day. His bones, the legend has it, were hot to the touch. Long ago, the Sisterhood of the Knot recounted the Forge loved the hour called the sun and splendor. The Grail long anticipated their union, and the Grail priestesses prophesied it. The remainder of the text consists of gloating remarks by the Grail priestesses of the shaping that will come, interpolated with warnings and laments from those of the Sisterhood who serve the Ringyu, and especially the Horned Axe. Nevertheless, an invocation to the Forge is included as part of an attempt to urge it onwards. So, Transformations and Liberations memory, and a Foresight, which I believe we actually are already working on. So, let's just add things to our Foresights pile. It's about the effects of ad attack campaigns, and you are supposed to give your view on when they are acceptable to use. Interesting. So I was going to say this was going to remind me a little bit of my political economy, but that was much more on, on campaigning and the effects, whether or not they're successful or not. So you're going to try and find Ava DeWolf's story in my game. I found that book has interesting implications. So just to be clear, you're not talking about the one that she is claimed to have written. I think you're specifically talking about the sort of things that you would find in... Man, I really keep forgetting the ones that I have. So I guess it would be probably Ava's Treasury, Um, the oh God, what's his name? Father, the De Wolf family priest. Oh yeah, no, here it is. Lady Ava's Repose. And the Crossing to Noon. Wait, the guy? Sorry, I think I might be missing Father Theo. Yes, yes. All right. Now I've got a foresight on its way, so I should find a use for it. Now I think originally what I wanted to do was try and read the manner in which the alchemist was spared. So I think we're going to just say you only YOLO once and try to read this. Ambrose did most of his work downstairs in the foundry and the kitchen, or upstairs in the laboratory that later became the Flood Gallery. But it was at this desk that he composed The Temptations of Architecture and wrote long cross letters to the Times about the flaws of the British Constitution. Okay. Back. So yeah, unfortunately our best option here is Transformations and Liberations, which is not quite what I need. The good news though is that I really only need one more, like once I add the square, I really just need one more forge, which can kind of come from anywhere. So perhaps... Now the other thing that I clearly forgot to do and should have done earlier was I could read the, I could try reading The Sun Disfigured, and I should have done that much earlier, but here we go. So you know what, I haven't read the description for Lady Ava's desk in a while, so... Magnificent 18th century desk commissioned for Lady Ava de Wolf, last of the Brandkrug de Wolfs. You can. So yeah, the trick on that one is when it says with, you can add a tool or you can add an ink. And so again, the thing that matters in this game would be things that have these aspects. So for instance, if you click, you'll notice that the typewriter is an ink. So it's actually also a tool. So in this case, you can add a typewriter to the desk to help out as well. All right, so we've got Arab. I think I said Leaves and Thorns was my best Grail skill. I'll just double check that. It absolutely is. So satisfaction, some appetites are easier to satisfy than others. This one is Crack Track, yes. Crack Track, in the tracks of beasts and the convulsions of his own carapace in Eggvein and Shell Shadow, the many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. You gotta earn the typewriter. Okay, so yes, Grail Birth, I can master this mystery, enough Grail to match Mystery Grail. It's a little late in the day for this, but I'll take what I can get. All right. Now, I was gonna try and improve Meniscate Reflections with the Transformations and Liberations. So we need 3 Forge or Edge Memories. I also forgot to reload Crowcross Sands, so shame on me. Really? That's actually very nice to hear. I mean, there's lots to check out. My favorites by far are when I discover things um, that are real history that I thought were invented in the game. There's definitely some arcane ones where I'm like, okay, yeah, no, I know that story. But there were a couple where I was like, huh, I didn't know that, and of course that led me down a delightful rabbit hole. Um, okay. Um, by the way, I think the book that I was trying to I kept forgetting the name of. It was Ettery After was the one I was looking for. Helpful game for productivity, indeed. The other one that I like, I've actually talked with a couple of coworkers who would not consider themselves gamers, but this has been a really good one for, um, just the usual, I guess the usual kind of revelation for um, a lot of people nowadays, which is that it's not just Call of Duty, right? Like one of my coworkers mentioned that somebody they know showed them Papers, Please, and to them it was really interesting because they hadn't seen something like that, and they thought it was a really interesting idea. And I sort of said, yeah, and the person who made that has gone on to quite a successful career making things like that. And I sort of explained Return of the Obra Dinn, and I sort of explained that it's not the same game as Papers, Please, but it is something that it's in a similar style of giving you sort of this detective story. Like, I mean, like, they know what the Mary Celeste is, and I sort of said, kind of imagine something like that, and you're the insurance agent to sort of figure out what happened. But yeah, it was just sort of nice to be able to sort of take that perspective of, yeah, I get that this seems like a really strange and sometimes annoying hobby, but if first of all, we all have these little black rectangles in our pockets that sometimes get confused and take a call. So we're all gamers already. But particularly for people who, are really looking for a certain type of experience and just didn't know that that was available in terms of gaming. Like, it's nice to be able to sort of point to games like this and say, this is something that's a lot more relaxed, a lot more chill, and it's just a chance for you to sort of be in an interesting place and sort of work out a bit of what's going on. I was thinking about how you can make this into a card game, and I don't know how it would be possible. It's intricate and very detailed. Yeah, so this is one thing that's kind of interesting. In one of the interviews with Weather Factory, they sort of explain that one of the things that was appealing for Cultist Simulator and the use of cards is that everybody kind of recognizes cards. Like, there's this fundamental level of sort of understanding what a card is or represents. It's just something that you don't really need to explain to someone. And then, of course, the next step for that is to push it into the narrative. Like, this is what this game is about, and here's how you're going to handle it. But there's a lot of value in that insight when you reflect on the fact that both Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours are really, really complicated games. Like, in terms of just the ideas that they convey to you. Like, the ideas of these games are complicated enough that there are 3 separate wikis, right? There's the Secret Histories wiki, which is dedicated entirely to the setting. There is the Cultist Simulator wiki, which is dedicated to the first game, Cultist Simulator. And then there's a specific Book of Hours wiki, and these are all maintained by the community. And then, of course, there's the Discord, which has, its own fans and people who are engaging with the game and its ideas. And then it has a subreddit, which again is that one I think is administered by Weather Factory. But again, and then I actually think there's a separate Cultist Simulator subreddit as well. I just hang out in the Weather Factory one if I'm on Reddit at all. But it's a game which, even though it's not rendered in spectacular photorealistic 3D, it is a game that really sustains this level of discussion and debate, right? Like, not everybody has the same draws the same conclusions from the way that from what happens in the game and the things that they've been shown. So the really smart, in my opinion, at least, the really smart insight in terms of using cards is that it's kind of a vocabulary that you can sort of rely on a player to understand, so that you can start throwing the tougher stuff at them right away, and you're not sort of exhausting someone to just get to that next step. And the analogy that I would actually draw is, I remember talking with a coworker at my old workplace, and they talked about how they really did not like the way they made the leaders look in Civilization 6, which I thought was a shame, because I actually thought Civilization 6 was a nice looking game. But the art director for Civ 6 had, yeah, exactly, Oswin. The art director on Civ 6 actually explained that this was a very conscious decision on their part, especially in relation to Civ 5, because there is a great deal of complexity in the Civilization games. And so what they wanted to give something that was a little bit simpler, maybe even cartoonish to a certain extent, so that you kind of have this rest, right, in terms of the visuals. You're still faced with complexity, but it's not hitting you on all fronts, which I think is actually again, I'm not an art director, right? So I don't necessarily think in these terms, but it's something that sort of rings true when I think about it. On the other hand, I've also been playing Civilization for basically as long as I've been playing games, so I haven't played the first, so just to be clear, I haven't played every Civilization, but from what I understand, the Civ Revolutions games are actually really close to the original ones. I've heard, anyway. I'm trying to remember the first one that I played, actually. Anyways, they're wonderful games, and I'm sure I'll play all of them eventually, but I tend to like the new ones. But you're exactly right. And I'm sorry, I didn't respond to your earlier thing that you said, Oswin, but I wouldn't call myself a gamer really, but I'm very attached to this game. And yeah, this is it. Like, I think, especially now, like, there are some really negative connotations with the term gamer, which, it's like anything. I mean, it's also like economist, right? So I think most people, if you hear the term economist, you're probably going to think of some blowhard who's treating everybody else everybody else like they're an idiot on TV, and like just really aggressively asserting certain opinions. Now, academically, this could not be further from the people I met. So first of all, like, I think probably a lot of, not to go too far down the political avenue, but I really do think people have a weird tendency to just sort of concede most economic issues to more conservative parties. Like, it's just kind of this idea that, like, conservatives are good at the economy, but, the more progressive parties are the ones who, like, care about people, which are really not helpful stereotypes. And, like, most of the economists that I knew at the university I went into it specifically because they wanted to help people, and they really wanted to know more about how people's needs can be met. Like, there are these very bleeding heart reasons to get into it. Like, arguably, I was more, as a little more cold-blooded in terms of getting into econ, just because I was, like, really interested in money and banking, and not in the sense of, like, trying to make it. Like, I would have gone into finance if that was the case. But I was just really interested in how it worked. And sort of the more I thought about it, the more interesting it was. But why did I go on this this tangent? But yeah, so like, you know, when you think of a gamer, like chances are you're thinking of like, you know, an image from South Park, or, you know, you're thinking of you're thinking of somebody socially awkward, somebody who like doesn't have a whole lot going on in their life, so they, you know, they resort to fantasy lands. And, you know, nothing could be further from the truth, right? Like if you like Tetris, you're a gamer. If you've played a match 3 game on your phone and you enjoyed it and you would be willing to try it again, you're a gamer. You know, but obviously the tendency is to go for someone who, you know, screams intolerant things, or like misogynists on, you know, shooters, or, you know, people who play entirely too much Grand Theft Auto or something like that. And that's fine too. Like Grand Theft Auto is a really good game. But just being able to open that up to people is really nice. And I've noticed when I talk with people about Book of Hours, they're like, that sounds really nice. And I sort of said, well, you know, it's coming. I think it's coming to Switch. I know they said that there's going to be a console release. I imagine there's going to be a tablet. But I really hope it's on tablet, because that'll make it easier to show it to my coworkers. Yeah, well, it's also just an easier mental shortcut, right? So like, I will say in the case of Econ, like people have a lot of opinions on that, and it's because it really touches everyone's lives, a very important part, right? So I sort of understand why people have strong opinions on it. It can be difficult sometimes. Like I feel a little better now with this year's Nobel Prize winners, but I actually talked about the Acemoglu, Johnson, and Robinson paper in the context of sort of recommending why nations fail to people. And I sort of explained this idea in terms of how they used sort of settler mortality as an instrument to sort of make a rather, like, I broadly summarize the claim, but it's essentially you can sort of see this idea of sort of extractive institutions as opposed to the ones that sort of create more of a sense of individual ownership and such, and how those do a very good job of sort of explaining development. And it's who says I'm not toxic when I play FPS games, though? Who knows? I'd be delighted to watch you just scream at people who are not carrying their weight in a Call of Duty match, Oswin. That would be so out of character for you. But yeah, you know, I try to explain a fairly complicated paper in a short way, and I remember there was somebody in chat who's like, well, I don't believe that. I'm like, okay, good for you, but like this is a fairly significant contribution to the field, and perhaps, you know, your opinion on this is not really relevant here. So at least any more than, you know, mine is. And of course, like now you can make the appeal to, you know, okay, well, the Nobel Prize Committee at least thought this was worth awarding. Not that, you know, that is the final word on what's important. Although I think the econ ones tend to be reasonably well assigned. Ken Arrow got one. Tom Sargent got one. They definitely seem like really solid choices to give them to. But yeah, it's just like that. Like, if you look at those kinds of studies, and if you take a look at those kinds of people doing that sort of research, that is not the same as, you know, the talking heads that do well on, you know, whatever business program you happen to be watching. Because I know all of you just really like watching lots of business programs. But yeah, so to Wanderer Down's point in terms of the extreme ends, like it's true in some respects, but I think it also depends on what we're consuming too. Like, to a certain extent, if I if I want to see jerk economists, it's not that hard for me to look for them. But on the other hand, if I just slightly move my search, just a little bit off the beaten path. So like the Journal of Economic Perspectives is a wonderful publication because it's like it is an academic journal, but it's not econometrica, right? Like it's not all full of Greek letters, and so if you were sufficiently interested, it's one where you could get a fairly good idea in terms of sort of relevant or modern topics, written at a slightly more approachable level. Like it's the sort of thing where if it wasn't your field, you would maybe take a look in the Journal of Economic Perspectives just to maybe bring yourself up to speed on some of the details. I believe it's still a free publication. I know I still kind of look at it regularly. But my intention here wasn't really to talk about econ. That kind of happens automatically. But no, like games like this really have been wonderful for being able to sort of be something of an ambassador to show people. Because like entertainment's fun, right? Like, we have a lot of leisure time, at least from a sort of broad historical sense. And we have lots of options for spending that leisure time. So you don't have to spend it on playing games. But there are definitely a few, and I think that these types of games in particular are ones that play to the unique strengths of gaming. And I really think that there's some value in that because, there's a lot of narrative games, but a lot of those narrative games can sometimes just be... Actually, I don't think this gives me an ascendant harmony. Yeah. Neither does this. Cool. Don't even need to use the Gale. But yeah, there's some wonderful narrative games, but those narrative games do still, like, they're kind of like reading a book, except there are gamey things in between. And then, you just kind of decide if that's an experience that you want. Whereas I think there are definitely parts of this game that can be... Like, you could imagine that this story could be told as a book or, a series of short stories or even, like a series or something like that. Like a motion picture series, I mean. But I feel like you wouldn't have the same experience that you have when playing this. Like you would be experiencing something different than the process of going through this house and, uncovering mysteries and being delighted when you see new things and, having that sudden connection that you make. And specifically the connections in this game that are driven by books that you read in a particular order, because of course there's no guarantees. I've referred to like 2 or 3 different books, which I don't actually have in my library this stream. And, it is kind of neat to know that people are going to have their own unique journeys through Hush House, and as a consequence, they are going to have a very specific perspective on what the game is about and what happened to them. So, and again, that's never intended. So there's a writers group at work, and they were looking for presenters to sort of just kind of cover the meetings when the organizers are going to be on vacation. And I did eventually agree to, to sort of not really give a talk. Like what I'll do is I'll start with a provocation and then sort of open the floor to discussion, because they haven't really had a talk about, I guess I'll put as diplomatically as interactive media. But I did want to start, like, so I think commonly, like, people will talk about, games that they liked and how they told their stories in an interesting way. And that's completely fine. That is that works as well as anything. But I also think that there's an opportunity to go a little bit deeper and to say, not just here is. So I just wanted to double check the roast pheasant didn't have a scale that maybe I could work with. It's not just to say it's not to say that, okay, I'm going to take away your toys and we're not going to talk about the Final Fantasy stories, or we're not going to talk about Cyberpunk because that doesn't count, or Assassin's Creed. Those are fine. They're clearly very, very successful games, and they're stories that people do care about. But what I wanted to start with, because I know that was unlikely to come up as part of the discussion, but to actually mention games like Cultist Simulator, so that I can say, I'm going to start off by talking about something that I think you can make a reasonable claim for saying this is a story that can only be told through a game. And you could also do something similar like that for, say, RimWorld, right? RimWorld is kind of a story generator. It doesn't necessarily sit you down and says, here's going to be this fixed narrative that I've decided that you're going to experience. Rather, it's more you go and tell your friends, oh, guys, you got to play RimWorld. Like, I built this base, and then this thing happened, and that thing happened. I really thought I was going to lose it, but then this happened. And, everybody talks that way about that game. Or at least the people who've played it and enjoyed it talk that way about that game. So I wanted to start off with something like that. I haven't done it yet, but I wanted to start off with that, not because I think people are going to be redirected to that conversation, but it would be good for people to think along those lines, because obviously it's an interesting avenue that not as many developers seem to be following, at least that I'm aware of, and yet it's clearly quite successful for the people who are applying it. And again, it's like you can think of it as you still have more conventional storytelling as an outside option, right? The idea of saying that we're going to be on sort of a set of rails, and I'm going to, I'm going to unpause shortly after this, but if you think about it, for a book or a movie or TV series, you have sort of this fixed pace. In the case of an audiobook or a TV series, there's a very specific time. I guess you can you can hit a double speed on an audiobook, and I guess you can fast forward through a TV series, but basically it's got a set time, and everybody's going to experience that at basically the set time. And then there's a couple things with the technology that might cause you to move forward or back in time, but in general, there's a sort of set pace for it, and there's going to be a specific order in which pieces of information are revealed, and so there's sort of this uniform experience that people have. And that's fine. That is work. I mean, that's also true for stage and, sitting around the campfire and telling stories and all of that. But a thing that's interesting to reflect on is that there's a very good podcast that's hosted by Soren Johnson, and I think Layla Johnson has been a co-host on these as well. These are the founders, or at least founder and president or whoever. Anyways, husband and wife team. They're responsible for Offworld Trading Company as well as Old World. And they do interviews with game developers. So I recently heard one with Soren Johnson, which I quite like because it has a couple of Sid Meier's stories. There was... Sorry, did I say Soren Johnson? Soren Johnson and Jake Solomon, who worked at Firaxis. I think one of his first games, I remember seeing this in the credits, was Sid Meier's Railroads. I think he was a graphics programmer. But obviously he's better known for the work that he did on bringing XCOM back. And it took more than one try, incidentally. Anyway, and then I think Zach Barth of Zachtronics fame is the next one that I'm listening to. But one of the really interesting things about the Designer Notes podcast is if you listen to the inspirations that a lot of people have, there will be games, like they'll talk about some of the early games that they play, but one of the things that I find really interesting, and one of the things that seems to have been a very important moment for a lot of the game developers, at least that he interviews, is that one of the most common games that comes up as a like first game or first realization you can make games or important foundational game, it's actually Dungeons and Dragons. Now that may also reflect something about the age of the developers that he's talking to, but I think the more interesting revelation behind that is that it's, if you think about role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons, this is also true for Jordan Weissman, incidentally, who he would go on to found FASA, and I think they started off doing Traveler modules, but eventually made Shadowrun, BattleTech, and Earthdawn. And I mean, he's since gone on to like found a million companies, it feels like. But again, for him, D&D was it was a really important experience in two ways, because apparently he also had dyslexia, and becoming sufficiently interested in the worlds was enough for him to sort of get through the pain of reading to do that. So I thought that was really interesting. But if you think of it as a training tool for an aspiring game developer, something like Dungeons and Dragons is such an interesting environment in which to learn your craft, because that is also an interactive form of storytelling, right? Your player characters have agency. They can run around and ruin your adventure, and frequently do. Of course, they don't ruin it, because you're all sitting around the table having fun, and you ideally, a good DM or GM or storyteller or whatever system you're using, will roll with the punches and find a way to make sure that the good times still roll. But it's obviously a very different, like there is a there's an interaction happening there, right? The players are bringing part of the experience to the table as well. And that doesn't happen if you're listening to an audiobook or radio play or a movie or even a novel, even an avant-garde novel. And so when you think about video games, one of the really important components is to make sure that you are creating an environment in which people can, in fact, have some say. And again, it's not to say that you can't use the conventional tools of storytelling to work with it. But I think there's a reason why Weather Factory talks about stuff like apophenia, and they give you just enough of a glimpse on this world so that you start filling in some of the gaps yourself. And I think there's a really specific reason why these games have the shapes that they do, specifically to make sure that the player is part of the experience, and it's not just sort of spinning this good yarn. And again, they're all wonderful yarns. Like the purpose of the contrast is not to belittle the the other types of games, but rather just to point out the potential that exists in forms that are a little bit closer to the Weather Factory end of the spectrum. Yeah, and exactly, Wanderers Down. Anyway, I have a few things that I want to do, but I'm going to brew some more Blue Crown tea. I think I'm going to wait for the timers to tick down in these. All right, so I have one more interaction with the miner. Just double checking my options here. Yeah, so I think it's the Slithering Fountain I want to go to. I'm interested in opening the Sealed Vault, but I can afford to wait on that one. Yeah, so I know what you're saying there. Like the idea that so much of the stories of the Souls games are sort of told through implication or these glimpses in terms of how the world works. I've always been annoyed. There seems to be a story running around that says that Miyazaki, the creative director on the FromSoft games, like read fantasy stories that were in English, and so he couldn't understand what was going on in them, and that's why the storytelling is the way that it is. And I'm like, the thing that frustrates me so much about that is that that story does not make any sense when you think about it. Like, I understand that there was obviously following World War II that the Americans were there for a long time and setting up, but like, is it really the case that like I think they said there's somewhat so much diminished circumstances that he was growing up in. Like, he went to the library because it's like a little bit like I did in Vancouver, actually. Like, I didn't have any other financially sound entertainment options, so I went to the library in sheer desperation. But like this idea that in a somewhat lower income part of Japan has a library, and apparently it's just filled with English fantasy books. What seems to be the story is that I think possibly through limited selection, or at the very least interest, wound up reading books that were well above his level and did not understand some of the parts, but did find it very compelling that there were these worlds that he only had fragmentary knowledge of, and that strikes me as a much more sensible and believable story. Because I've definitely, like, the worst thing for me is there have been a couple of books which I just clearly missed the point on, but it actually turns out that the stuff that I came up in my head was a little bit more satisfying. It's kind of mean to the book, so I'm not going to say which ones, but like it just turned out there's like, oh, that's a shame that isn't actually the case, because it feels like this is a slightly more. Now, and again, like, obviously I'm custom tailoring a story for myself, but it's but yeah, like sometimes not getting it can actually be kind of fun. It's actually more embarrassing to me, Oswin, just because I don't. Actually, there was there was a game. I can't remember the game name though. There's a game I did that for, and it was clear I clearly wasn't paying attention. And then like I saw it again, and I'm like, oh man, I was really out to lunch on that one. But yeah, it's just sometimes it's fun if you come up with something in your own head. So. Thank you, Wanderer Down. I guess I know it's a first-time chatter inside of this, but you really didn't get to see a whole lot of progress on this, for which I apologize. But I appreciate you hanging out, and I also appreciate the support that you showed Osram Meow. Definitely a more talented broadcaster than I. Let's eat some beef, a marinated roast beef. But since we have learnt from all vaporing France to eat their auguste as well as to dance, we're fed up with nothing but vain complaisance. Oh, the roast beef of Old England and Old English roast beef. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. Also, I'm actually not familiar with the Grub Street Opera. I've been meaning to look this up at the end of each stream, and I'm going to finally settle on it. Now. All right. The Grub Street Opera is a play by Henry Fielding that originated as an expanded version of his play, The Welsh Opera. It was never put on for an audience and is Fielding's single print-only play. As in The Welsh Opera, the author of the play is identified as Scriberalis Secundus. Oh, was Fielding a member of the Scriberalis Club? It's probably easier for me if I... So we got the trio here, but... Yep, here it is. Henry Fielding's play The Welsh Opera is presented as a tribute to the Scriblarians. Fielding's pen name was Scriblerus Secundus. It isn't a System Jock stream when we don't discuss Jonathan Swift. Listen! It's quality. Okay, actually... I'm not going to read the whole thing, but if we're talking about crazy bars... I've been thinking a lot about this particular one. So this is Verses on the Death of Dr. Swift. And the end is one that I remember... So this one I think about a lot because of the way a lot of interactions that I have online. So perhaps I may allow the Dean had too much satire in his vein, and seemed determined not to starve it, because no age could more deserve it. Yet malice never was his aim. He lashed the vice, but spared the name. No individual could resent where thousands equally were meant. His satire points at no defect, but what all mortals may correct. For he abhorred that senseless tribe, who call it humour when they jibe. He spared a hump or crooked nose, whose owners set not up for bows. True genuine dullness moved his pity, unless it offered to be witty. Those who their ignorance confessed, he ne'er offended with a jest, but laughed to hear an idiot quote a verse from Horace learned by rote. So the one that I really, the one line that I would use as the full summary would be, he lashed the vice but spared the name. And this is one of the ones, like, obviously I'm quite anarchic when it comes to Twitch chats, but you will actually notice that there's a very careful design in terms of how it works, because one thing that really does bother me online, and I've learned not to really talk about it a whole lot, because what this usually winds up doing is this just gives more fuel for people who really just either don't get it or are kind of bullies just waiting for a chance to come out. But the thing that I tend to notice, and they're really talking about it, right? For he abhorred that senseless tribe who call it humor when they jibe. Like, making fun of someone or making fun of something, right? If somebody's like, there's someone who I will be frequently watching a stream on mobile, and I do feel that autocorrect has gotten worse, but I try to be somewhat, responsive, and I try to be quick on replies and that, or I try to I try to dash it off. And something very frequently I often don't notice, and there will be usually not a misspelling, but it'll be the incorrect word put out, and every single time it's highlighted and mocked. And like sometimes, I don't necessarily think people should take themselves too seriously. So, again, I feel frustrated about it, obviously. But the thing is that I don't quite see where the humor is in that. It really does seem to be more about just pointing out the flaw. And unfortunately, and this, of course, I frequently mispronounce things on streams, and particularly when, I'm very, very tired at the end of a day of work. And I'm still trying to do the stream at the end. And like, if I mispronounce something or if I make a mistake, and it's just simply the point is to point out the mistake, ha ha ha. What this does is this creates a feeling for me that essentially I'm not allowed to make mistakes. And it's something that is very, very hard to deal with online. And like, again, I'm an adult, I can get over it. But it doesn't exactly fill me with the milk of human kindness to have that. And I think the biggest one for me that I've always wondered about, because I've never understood, hello, is it Argonisi PBE? Sorry, I'm ranting right now, but Oswin and Bonkles opened the Jonathan Swift door. So, actually, I guess technically Henry Fielding opened the Jonathan Swift door. It's very good to see you. I'm on my soapbox, one of many soapboxes tonight, I feel like, but yeah, like this is one of these things where I'm failing to find the joke. I think what it comes down to. I've never really felt that just pointing out a mistake is any kind of wit. And so obviously I feel common cause when I see, so again, he lashed the vice but spared the name, right? I think there's some value in ridiculing the ridiculous, but maybe not assigning a name to it unless there's something specifically. Oh, I'm sorry. Or actually, I guess I haven't done the break. I guess I haven't done a break today, so there would be pre-roll. Sorry about that. So that's one that I feel kind of important. And again, I mean, everybody's human. Everybody makes mistakes, so I'm sure I do it worse. But I relate very much to both this line, but also specifically, Horb, that senseless tribe who call it humor when they jibe. But I actually also think in general, like if you want rules for like good trolling, pro-social trolling, or just generally to be like amusing when you're being a bit of an ass online, I actually do think this is a decent little set of rules to go by, right? Perhaps I may allow the Dean had too much satire in his vein and seemed determined not to starve it because no age could more deserve it. I think that is definitely true of today. Yet malice never was his aim. He lashed the vice, but spared the name. So it's fun to wind people up, but you don't want anybody hurt by the end of it. No individual could resent where thousands equally were meant. And actually, this is one that gets mentioned in Tale of the Tub as well. I don't remember if it's the one that says that satire is a mirror where people can see everyone but themselves. Oh, that's wonderful, Arganisi. I love it when people say that. So I don't know if you mentioned that you learned about the games through the YouTube channel, and I really love it when I meet people through that, because I believe Oswin Meow is actually one of these viewers as well. But it's always nice to know that the YouTube channel has this nice little crossover. So I'm going to assume that you didn't stop because you hated it and that you've gotten something out of those videos. But thank you for letting me know, and thank you for stopping by. We will be getting back to the gameplay in just a little bit. Hey, thank you very much for the follow as well. But yeah, so his satire point. Oh yeah, so sorry. Where thousands equally more were meant. So yeah, again, the mirror where people recognize everyone but themselves. So his satire points at no defect, but what all mortals may correct, for he abhorred that senseless tribe to call it humor when they jibe. He spared a hump or crooked nose whose owners were not set up for bows. So again, you don't. To me, anyway, I've always been very uncomfortable with the tendency to make fun of appearance. So, for instance, very often there will be unpopular political figures who are made fun of because of, their weight or their baldness or something along those lines. And I've always felt kind of uncomfortable with that, because I imagine that the individual being made fun of doesn't... they probably don't even hear it. But those are fairly common traits. And, I imagine there's at least some subset of people who are hearing that remark who feel less about themselves. Hey, another Tuck sighting. And then, yeah, so in this case here, now if the hump or crooked nose is set up to be, the pinnacle of, comeliness, and particularly if they think themselves, then that of course becomes a ripe target. But that is much more about sort of the delusion or the the pretense rather than rather than the specific characteristics. True dullness moved his pity unless it offered to be witty. Again, I don't really think it's great to, like, I don't know, if you make fun of somebody who's not that smart, that just seems like the thing to do if you're a jerk. But on the other hand, I mean, this is probably a little bit more in the last 4 verses. Those who their ignorance confess, he ne'er offended with a jest, but laughed to hear an idiot quote a verse from Horace learned by rote. Right. So, if you listen to a bunch of stand-up comics and you just lift their material, particularly without attribution. Yes, this is something that's ripe for mockery. But again, it's more about the act and the theft, the, satire pointing at no defect, but what all mortals may correct. And for some reason, I can't actually explain why, because I do think that my tendency to sort of explain all of this stuff by saying that, there's a lot of bullies just waiting for social license to be a bully. I don't think that fully explains all the phenomena. I do think it explains some things. But I do really feel that there has been something lost there's a reason why Swift is really good. And do not mistake me at all. His satire is mean. Like, A Modest Proposal is utterly merciless. And it's actually not just merciless to the kind of like technocrat who is so amazingly pleased with this like outrageous proposal that he comes up with. It's actually also kind of mean to the Irish, and it's actually one of the things that is maybe less appreciated about that particular satire. Like the Irish don't necessarily come out any better in that one, but it's sort of a backblast almost. Well, tell you what, actually, if you're still around, Bonkles, in half an hour, maybe we can close out the stream. I do want to keep the stream at least tangentially related to the game. We will get back to it, but there's the closer on this one. I feel is a real banger. So we'll get to that. And then I noticed you had a question, Argonisi, PB. So, but yeah, we'll maybe see if at the end of the stream we can do A Modest Proposal. But yeah, I mean, I'll read to the end here. But yeah, like I said, I mean, if you're looking for a good like instruction manual for pro-social trolling, I actually think you could do worse than this setup here, right? Because it does a good job of winding people up, but never being like not hurting feelings except in places where there should be a positive change, essentially, which I think is the role of good satire. He knew 100 pleasant stories with all the turns of Whigs and Tories, was cheerful to his dying day, and friends would let him have his way. By the way, Swift himself wrote this. And so I absolutely love this closing. He gave what little wealth he had to build a house for fools and mad, and showed by one satiric touch no nation wanted it so much. That kingdom he hath left his debtor, I wish it soon may have a better. Swift did in fact endow a madhouse, and I think the satire speaks for itself. But yeah, I mean, personally, I would have just ended it with, he gave what little wealth he had to build a house for fools and mad, and showed by one satiric touch no nation wanted it so much. What a way to end. But yeah, anyways, so now we know the Grub Street Opera. So I'm sorry, I as soon as I saw Scriblerus Secundus, I had to check. Secundus also appears in the play and speaks of his role in composing the plays in the Grub Street. Oh man, I gotta read this now. I have a feeling I know the character of it. And remembering I've read Tale of a Tub. Reading Tale of a Tub so recently. Yeah, this is. I have a feeling this will be good. Unrelated, and we won't go down this rabbit hole. But is anybody here familiar with the Beggars Opera? Or Threepenny Opera? I think it's the Beggars Opera is the name I've seen, heard it as. The play is Fielding's first truly political play and first ballad opera. Unlike the Welsh opera, the play deals with morality from the beginning. Additionally, it linked to Fielding's previous attacks on the London theatre and its inept writers. Fielding also used the virtue of female servants as a point of humor and to discuss morality, while using the effeminacy and dominance by women to mock various characters and discuss the issue of gender roles. Critics view the Grub Street Opera positively, noting it to be a definite improvement on the Welsh opera. Background: Fielding created 3 theatrical versions of the Grub Street Opera. Of these, one was performed at a Haymarket theatre, but only in rehearsals. The play originates as an expanded version of the Welsh opera. The revision had a puff piece in the 21st of May, 1731 Daily Post saying, "We hear that the Grub Street Opera, written by Scriblerus Secundus, which was to have been postponed till next season, will, at a particular request of several persons of quality, be performed within a fortnight, being now in rehearsal at the New Theatre in Haymarket." Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll answer as best as I can on that, Argonisi. I'm almost done with the Grub Street Opera. This is for my knowledge, because I actually wasn't familiar with the Grub Street Opera, but I am definitely familiar with the Scribblers Club. Later it was advertised again on the 5th of June in 1731 Daily Post as being rehearsed, but the 11th of June edition stated that one of the performers was sick, and the 14th June edition said that the play would be postponed indefinitely. It was never produced, and the Grub Street Opera is the only play by Fielding that existed only as a printed play. It is unknown as to why the play was never put on for an audience, but it is possible that it was not performed because Fielding was either legally prevented to perform it by the British government, or he was bribed not to perform it. Excuse me. John Henley, a defender of Robert Walpole and Walpole's government, discussed the incident in his poem Haymarket Actors of the Designed Grub Street Opera, published 8th to 15th of June, 1731 edition of his newspaper Hip Doctor. In it, he gloated over the play being kept from performance and stated that the government did not accept the play. He followed this in the 15th to 22nd June edition with an attack upon Fielding. Like E. Rayner's printing of the Welsh opera, Rayner printed the genuine Grub Street Opera without Fielding's knowledge in August 1731. The print edition was based on the second script. Fielding responded with claims of piracy and was upset that his satirical attack, primarily upon Walpole's administration, became public knowledge. Fielding eventually printed his own version of the play dated 1731. However, it is possible that it was not actually printed until June 1755, shortly after Fielding's death, by his friend Andrew Miller. Regardless of the date, the connection to Fielding to the edition establishes the later version as the only authoritative edition. And I'm really interested in reading all of these, but I'm actually mildly tempted now. I have done readings on stream that I'm mildly tempted to see if I might be able to read this or something. Okay, so Argonisi says, I've not stopped at all. I'm just rationing because I want to discover as much from as myself as possible. Excellent to hear, and I agree completely. Oswin's in a similar boat in the sense that she's enjoying her first playthrough on her channel. Incidentally, if you are looking for more channels to follow, I definitely recommend hers because she's been doing some Book of Hours lately. I haven't bought it yet because I have a question about the DLC rollout. I actually tweeted out to Weather Factory about it today. So I will definitely say obviously the last word goes to goes to Weather Factory on this. I am a streamer, and they have, of course, invited me to stream their game on their Twitch channel, but that doesn't mean that I basically, so the one limited bit of knowledge that I have that the wider world doesn't have is that if I am going to do one of those Steam streams, they will usually let me know in advance, because obviously you want to know if the person's available. And so sometimes that will let me know the release date for something a little bit earlier than other people. Clearly, I don't act on that other than schedule my away days. So, but I just wanted to be clear, because I know a few of you know me through those streams. So just to be clear, I am some guy on the internet answering this question. What Weather Factory says goes as far as answering this Anthology Edition and Perpetual Edition. So you might have the answer that that would be sick. I was sticking around for the Swift commentary. It was Swift commentary, but not Swift commentary. Jonathan Swift commentary, not rapid commentary. Says to avoid major spoilers. Question being, if I bought the Anthology Edition, would it reap the same benefits as the Perpetual Edition? Really hoping that a sale lines up with your birthday. So the funny thing of this is you actually actually, I don't think Oswin has a YouTube channel. I'll let Oswin answer for herself on that, but I think I only know of her through Twitch. It's definitely somebody worth following. So the Perpetual Edition is something that was given in the first week that the game was released, and what that is a lifetime access to all the expansion content. Now, for Cultist Simulator, that meant 4 separate DLC that were released. 3 sort of small stories, the Dancer, the Priest, and the Ghoul. And then later there was the Exile, which was sort of a much larger expansion. I don't even know if that was originally part of the plan. So in the case of Cultist Simulator, they really sort of dripped these out as small little expansions for a couple of, I think they were like $5 or $10. I actually can't remember. Let's take a quick look. So the Dancer is $3.39 Canadian on its own. Actually, it also looks like there may be a discount on Cultist Simulator right now. So the case of Book of Hours is a little bit different, because House of Light, essentially they took all the stuff that would have, under the Cultist Simulator model, been sort of handed out in these little individual DLC, and they just made this one like novel size expansion that like just really goes deeply into the structure of the game. And I don't know if there will be an additional expansion, or if they're moving on to the third game. I got the impression from the Reddit post that they were moving on to a third game, but I don't know if there's been an official announcement or not, because I do see some people commenting as if there would be a third. They have at least said what the title of a third of a second expansion for the game would be. So far as I can tell, in terms of official announcements, it's Book of Hours and House of Light. So the thing to remember about Perpetual Edition is it actually just gets you the expansion content, which means that the soundtrack is actually not included in the Perpetual Edition. So technically, if you get the Anthology Edition, you get more than the Perpetual Edition. The only catch to that is that if they do ultimately release House of Hughes, I think would be the name for second expansion for Book of Hours, the Perpetual Edition owners would get that because they bought the game in the first week. But someone like yourself with the Anthology Edition would be able to buy that expansion separately, and you'd still, I think you get like a 15% discount if you complete the bundle, so you'd still be getting like the discount for that. But that's the key difference, actually, is technically if you buy the Anthology Edition, you get more than the Perpetual Edition people, although whether or not you consider the soundtrack to be material in that. I mean, I really like the soundtrack. I listen to it at least once a week, I think. Maybe a little bit less now because it's been about a year, um, but yeah. So, but as far like if your focus really is on the experience of the game, are you going to be reading the same books? Are you going to be seeing the same thing as the people who have the perpetual edition? The answer there is yes. It's really just a question in terms of the access to that later those later expansions. So the only way in which your experience would be different is if they do release a second expansion to House of Light at some time in the future and you decide not to buy that. That would be the only time when there's a difference between the versions. So hopefully that answers your question for you, Argonisi. I know that was a long answer, but I wanted to be as detailed as it could. And again, that's my understanding of things, but like I just want to be clear, like there's no hidden content for the Perpetual Edition that I'm aware of. Yeah. Well, that's very gratifying. Thank you, Argonisi. I know you said you wanted to avoid spoilers. I don't think we're going to run into much. We are reading one of the Newman texts, so I will, if you want to hang out for a little bit before I read it, I will let you know when I'm about to read that. But if this is the end of our time together, I kind of ran out the clock on the last half hour anyway, so I'll probably do a little bit of extra time. But I'm glad that helped you out, and I also hope that there is a discount. Well, I guess there's already the Anthology Edition discount, but if you're waiting for a further discount, I hope that it's in close proximity to your own birthday. I don't know when that is, but happy pre-birthday. All right, have a good one. Okay, let's go. So we learned more about the Grub Street Opera. I'm going to learn even more, but maybe not tonight. And let's unpause and watch the magic happen. Ava's Treasury, which I suspect is going to be one that Oswin's interested in. Oh, actually, no, you've read this one before. Ava DeWolf, Last of the Brandkrugs, discusses the occult and aesthetic properties of jewels and other precious minerals. Black nephrite and scolecite for nowhere, orichalc and amber for ease, amethyst for the night key of the spider door. Does anybody remember the official mineral of Ontario? Ava points out, bitterly, that there is no shortage of uplifting parables and proverbs about the saving graces of a flaw in a jewel, but that no one, not jeweler, not priest, not hour, has ever found a way to repair such a flaw. Now, why did I get the forge again? Oh, right, the Wavering Spark. This is why. All right, so we've got our 14 scale. Like I said earlier, we're going to use that to open up the Slithering Fountain. But we still have a little bit of time, so we'll speak to the assistant. I think it's a little optimistic to think that I'm going to... Holy hell, I completely forgot to get the... I completely forgot to get the things to level up Meniscate Reflections, so let's get to work on those real quick. Let's keep that Tryst... okay, I need Forge and Edge. And if I can, the Exorcist's Field Manual would be a nice one to read. Yeah, so the miner is one of the people that you can hire at the Sweet Bones in Spring. So it's normally the first assistant that you'll hire, but it's not, it doesn't have to be. It could be, Like if you don't hire anybody to help until summer, your first one would be the barber then. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I'll show you how you can do that. I actually suspect you already know, but oh, here we go. Yeah, let's read the Exorcist Field Manual. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay, so that's one edge for the Menace Gate. We may have another. Forge an edge, forge an edge, forge an edge. I guess regret, foresight, pattern. Oh, pattern would be a good one. So I think we're on against Vitruvius. I'm trying to make sure that I don't use up the most interesting elements of the soul. And I think in the name of assurances, let's read the Ivory Book. Assuming I haven't already used the Fusine. I have not. Right, so I'm probably a little bit behind in terms of where I wanted to be for today, but I don't think I'm going to wind up in a... Like, I think I can recover most of this by the end of the day. I definitely don't need to use every memory that comes up. But yeah, I definitely got very heavily sidetracked in terms of... Okay, so 2 soul for extra effort and epiphany. And I think in this case we'll just use the medal for security, which means that the foresight is something that I can use to level up it's something I can use to level up the words I can use to level up Menace Gate Reflections. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. There's a small argument for restoring a metal right now. I think I'll do that just as an insurance policy. Alright, a hot drink with nectar, sky, and winter. So I'm just going to double check that the existing blue crown that I have got, so that's not yet poured. Pour out. Actually, I've got another one of these I can do as well. Basically getting ready for the salon. That's Wakefield. This is for Mr. Kill. I've learned something, or perhaps just remembered it. Pour it out. Alright, this is Connie's tea. I'm trying to remember the... There's a reference to the gulls, like a party where Valentine would send off the birds, and I've completely forgotten where that is. But I really like the description of the celebration. Okay, so I'm going to need to add 2 more food items. But we'll be ready for the summer salon when the time comes. And where do I want to put the blue crown tea for future use? I suppose the next question too is, do I want to make another dish? So we've got the sky dish taken care of, but I don't yet have a winter one. I think the pale marrow, well, yeah, the pale marrow would still probably be my best bet. And in fact, I believe I have a pale marrow that I can cut up. Right there. So a dish with heart, nectar, and winter. And then presumably we'll have to make another another item. So I guess I've got a main, a side, and... Oh no, sorry, I don't think the egg sandwich is a side. I think that's a first. Yeah, so we can add a side. Almonds would work. As long as you want to match the right aspect of the room. Well, one of the reasons why I play so slowly is because I really am quite particular. I'm wondering, actually, the pickled mackerel may not be a bad idea here. It's technically moon, scale, heart, and edge, but I don't think Mr. Gill's going to mind that. I could also do the Yorkshire pudding. Gonna try a different arrangement. The incident. Okay. The manner in which the alchemist was spared. In 1782, Émile Verdier used this text as the basis for a presentation to the Academy of Sciences in Paris. He was executed in secret the following morning without trial. In the days of the Carapace Cross, when humanity lived in the dark and ate on its knees, humans could enter the mantis like vermin. One learnt the arts of flint, the arts of shaping and remaking. Speaking of things that won't be discussed. Through the black, the yellow, the red, the unwise mortal ascended to the shadow of the egg unhatching and remained in his service. He may be there to this day. Alright, so we have Embury and Lapidary, and another Foresight, which will at least make it easy to add to the library. So I think we have a pretty clear idea in terms of what we're doing with the Menescate reflections. We sort of have our clear path to that higher level. Okay, I don't really need the quartz chunk, but I am happy to have more mackerel. Normally I feel I'm too short on mackerel. All right, what do I want to do here? So if our focus is going to be leveling up Menescate reflections, so I've got a medal to do that here. I'm getting another one back here. I'm going to need 4 memories to Okay, so we can afford another trip to Crowcross Sands. Add another to the moor. Clamber up the long reaches of the moors behind the village. Lean into the wind's fluttering fist. If I know what to look for, I might find something among the rocks. And you know, I don't believe I've ever had either of them in real life. The gorse is bright on the land's nape. Okay, so with core and health, I feel like I should probably be taking advantage of gardening. I was going to try and talk to the chickens, but I'm going to... Actually, did somebody mention that you could talk to the chickens? Or somebody said that they didn't know that this was something that could be done? I don't know if I want to make another... I don't really need another honey right now, so I think I'm just going to do the cat's claw. What are the names? Tuppence and Terence. So let me see if you're familiar with the name Terence. Yeah, so this is always... I relate to Reverend Timothy very, very closely. Reverend Timothy's words always run ahead of him, but his thoughts always catch up in the end. And here we have Terence the chicken. Was this magnificent and indomitable beast named for the rector's indomitable and magnificent housekeeper? Best not to inquire too closely. Tuppence, the other chicken. Tuppence's most notable quality, all observers will agree, is that she is not Terence. They also do exhibit different personalities in their when they want to be fed. Alright, with Keeper Level Sky, an Ascendant Harmony might conjure a Didymos. Now I suppose if I was thinking I would have tried to see what other skills would get me a Didymos, but I'm happy enough with that for now. Okay, Against Vitruvius, a 14th century treatise on esoteric mechanics and parahydraulics by Abbot Ranulf, best known as the Mason Architect. Ranulf describes how he tested some of these techniques in the construction of the Winter Tower, now called the Long Tower. He admits to unexpected consequences. Ranulf mentions that the Tower of Ely Cathedral collapsed around the time the Winter Tower was completed, although he stops short of suggesting that one was the cause of another. A tower falls, a tower rises, is all he'll commit to. An Exorcist's Field Manual, a practical guide to troublesome dead, grounded in theory, but with a clear focus on their disposal by the redoubtable Detective Ostiary Wheellock of the Suppression Bureau. The dead usually avoid light as the most immediate manifestation of eternity, which is no place for death. However, those dead uplifted by gold, that is to say touched by an actinic theoplasma, happily bought about in daylight and are perhaps strongest at noon. If you are dead but uplifted by green, that's the Ringyu's blessing. The crown growth offers a similar but nastier benefit. This is how the burgeoning risen come about, but there are different degrees of sentience and freedom depending on which growths are involved. The consciousness of one uplifted by green is always greatly altered, though. They never really seem like the same person. They may have dregs of their original souls, but these are often replaced by something else. The upshot, invariably, is that they need to be set firmly on fire. The Ivory Book. A manual of the Ordo Limea, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia in the Roman province of Hispania Gallicaea. This manual was compiled by one Kurenai, who claims to have fled the tyranny of the Chrysanthemum throne to cross the world and join the Ordo. Members of the Ordo took an oath, the Ivory Chain, not to have commerce with the Hours. Followed literally, this would be almost impossible for an adept, so the manual contains numerous clarifications, exceptions, and process of indulgence. Kurenai describes the Order's burial rites, which include spells to ensure, in theory, that the souls of dead long are not given to the Hours. The Hour, called the Ivory Dove, who memorializes and commemorates, is to be invoked in secret in these rites, for with that Hour we have made an understanding. So we have one more than I technically need, but let's take care of my immediate needs. So Meniscate Reflections with Transformations and Liberations. We will add Foresight, Regret. So these are the two that potentially could be generated by the miner. And then we'll add a pattern in this case. And then finally we need a metal. Now we have another metal coming from the Sweet Bones. Our other option would have been Arab, except that we've already used up all the Arab. So technically, I suppose I only need 3 elements of the soul. If I want to do something with the Wist, I have the option of doing so. I guess I could try and make another Solomon's Preparation. I don't think I can get a... Oh, actually, if I go for a Wist, a Sights and Sensations... Why did I think that I could bring this up? Well, actually, probably because I needed to add a blue crown, which we do have plenty of. But here's what I'm thinking. If I take the quartz chunk... Oops. If I do one of these... I'm getting close to the point of no return, but I think we'll be fine. Oop. Gossip, frivolous but tasty. There was a fun comment that I got on a recent post, and I actually feel like Oswin can speak to this, but I apparently in one of the YouTube episodes said something to the effect of, and we'll replace the revelation with gossip. Actually, you know what? I should give credit. I think this is to Fleeb on the YouTube channel. But the specific comment that was offered was, yeah, replace revelation with gossip. Truly a scientist's disappointment. And yet, while I have not been in a lab, I have a feeling that one of the functions of a lab is to turn revelation into gossip. I guess it depends how well you get along with your coworkers. Yes, absolutely. Okay, good. It's kind of like, I don't suppose either of you have seen... Oh, lovely! All right, we have some more beef on its way, too. I don't suppose either of you have seen the show Slow Horses, have you? No, okay. It's like a anti-John le Carré almost. It's like it's a spy story, but they're all like screw-ups. So they belong in this like place called Slough House, and it's basically a play. I think it's MI5, but like the idea is that these are people who can't be fired for some reason or another, but they don't actually want them doing anything important, and so basically they're put in this like let's get rid of you place where they either make it so mind-numbing that they want to quit, or otherwise keep them from messing anything up. And so like there's a really interesting history of like former, I don't know the proper word, spy, intelligence officer, like whatever you would say, but who also write. So I think Graham Greene may have done some work. Definitely Ian Fleming, Jean le Carré. In fact, look, I believe Jean le Carré was one of the people who was outed by Kim Philby. So if you've ever seen or read Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, I kind of get the impression that that's him sort of fictionalizing something that's a little bit closer to what actually I get the impression, at least, that yeah. Have you seen? So there's the series that the BBC, I think it was the BBC, did with Alec Guinness, and then there's the Gary Oldman motion picture. I think both are quite good. And then of course there's the book. There's actually, so there's a trilogy. There's Smiley's People was turned into a movie for some reason. I think it was The Honorable Schoolboy was not. But I've only ever seen the adaptation of Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, both the movie and the BBC series. But I have the trilogy. But anyways, so, needless to say, I'm sure there's a few others that you can mention that aren't just coming to mind right now. But in this case, you've got an interesting tradition of people who have done the work, who write these stories. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean there's a level of, authenticity to it. So I will confess I've seen more James Bond movies. I don't think I've ever read Ian Fleming. But I'm going to assume that it's a very romanticized version of what goes on. But in the case of Slow Horses, this guy is really open about it. Is like, I've never done this, but I have worked in places before. It was like, so I write what I know, and I know screw ups. So I'm like, oh, come on, you've got a successful show that's been adapted by Apple TV. How much of a screw up can you really be? But yeah, he basically, the whole premise is based around this idea that every organization is going to have its dead wood, and presumably, even though it's probably one of the most romanticized professions out there, right? I think everybody has some sort of familiarity with what they sort of think it is. And don't get me wrong. Oh, sorry. Actually, there was another one that I was meaning to mention. The Americans is actually apparently The Americans has its origins in a guy who worked for the CIA, had no intention of making a show, but got the idea for The Americans when, as part of his interview, he was asked, are you trying to join, I think it was the CIA, so that you can later write a book or a movie about it? And apparently that was where it went. And The Americans is really well done, incidentally. I haven't seen the whole thing, but what I've seen, I think they do some really interesting things with it. But again, I don't know if he was, I'm assuming he wasn't fighting the Cold War. But, again, continuing on in that tradition. I think The Economist actually did an article of people who have worked in some capacity in some sort of, national security service, or, again, whatever the appropriate terms would be. I think it changes from region to region, but... Yeah, I'm probably not too much longer DTG, but I've been doing a lot of tangents tonight. But I don't know. I'm liking the engagement on them, so I'm hoping that it's not too much of an inconvenience for people. But yeah, anyway, so the Slow Horses, I've only seen the first season, but I really did enjoy that first season, and I do actually really like the insight of basically just, if it's a human organization, it's going to have people that it really doesn't want around but can't get rid of for some reason. So I'm going to write a spy series around that. And I think it does a very good job of it, personally. Obviously cannot speak to its authenticity, though. Okay. I will just make a quick mention. So this is the thing that I was going to mention for Argonisi. So this is one of the later game books. My personal view of this is it's a little bit like reading the other books in the game. You don't know what's important until you get to the the things that make this relevant. So I don't think the text would fall under spoiler material, but this is actually the first book first text that houses a Newman that we have. And I will mention that this is not one that you can get through normal cataloging. We did something special much earlier on in the game to get this. So again, like I really don't feel that this is the sort of thing that you want to, stop up your ears and, say scream no spoilers about. But I figured I would at least mention that this is going to be something that will become relevant much later in the game. But of course, we're not going to unpack. If you want to see how we got this, you'd have to go a few episodes back. Okay, The Sun Disfigured, a scroll of anthropoderm parchment written in the golden ink called Uzalt. This book houses a numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. A 10 Grail mystery. It's readable. There are worse things to put in your eyes than this. It's a thing. The gentleman makes things his servants. The petty man is servant to things. Master Zun. Dawn Period. 599 AD is the traditional date of the first foundation here, sometimes called the Abbey of the Black Dove, sometimes the Abbey of the White Crow, but the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot first built their temples here much earlier than that. It contains Applebright Euphony's lessons. Scroll, a book with a very long page. 8 tally price and written in Cracktrack. The author of the text calls herself the Allegabline. Sometimes she seems to be Sunset Celia, the Watchman's name. Sometimes she seems to be Lady Tryphon, the Grail Long. Incidentally, very old portrait in the Byzantine style of Lady Tryphon, if that wasn't clear. It is unclear whether these are separate entities or the same person. It may be unclear even to the viewer. The flaws in the Sun's plan are elucidated. The Sun's plan itself is never entirely clear, but it is a project of some kind to enter, possess, or surrender to the glory, the pure light above the Mansus. This book suggests ways in which that plan might fail. So we've got 2 Applebright Euphony's lessons for that. We'll figure out what to do with those later. But we also have Numen, the Sun's weakness. The Sun's sins and the Sun's scars are our salvation. There are histories where they will trap us, prevent us rising to eternity. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the executioner can use it to win a particular victory. And it is a persistent memory that has Grail, hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of the Grail honors the birth and the feast. 5 Lantern, life is a pure flame and we live by an invisible spirit within us. Thomas Brown, Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the House of the Sun, and of the light above it, also known as the best principle. Enmoth, I knew a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like this, he would release them one by one to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. I'm going to just read the first part of this. Write a truth in a book that no one reads, then drop dead. No one knows what you wrote, unless the truth is Numen. So we're just going to hang on to that. But obviously this will help me out in any Grail, Lantern, or Moth reading, or alternatively, I can try and use it to make some progress inside of these different areas. When something is given to the sea, it rarely returns, though of course I did. I am trying to... Yeah, so I am trying to exactly parse that, DTG, because I've read that before, and I was like, wait, is this speaking poetically, or is this an actual, like, rule that's set down? Because I don't know if it's actually mentioned elsewhere. There are definitely things that talk about the librarian's role in the game, but I actually don't know if that... I don't know if that ever... I don't know if that's ever expanded on elsewhere. Oh, you've got you've gone one step up. See, Selphea is now played... I don't know if you've played it on your stream, Selphea, but I know you've played it in private. But Selphea has now played Book of Hours after having an extended sort of campaign of psychological warfare to convince her to give it a try. I'm hoping you're having a good time with it. I know it was a little bit of a mixed bag earlier on. But yeah, we have a Grail in game, but it sounds like you've got a real storm where you are. So please enjoy your 4 heart and 4 sky and use them wisely. You're tempted to stream it on Monday. Stream title will be Selphea Pretends to be Smart. We'll be continuing the playthrough that you started when I stopped by your Discord, or will you be doing a new playthrough specifically for the stream? If you know, I mean, it may be that you're still considering. Because, like, I totally can understand why this might be a game you just want to keep to your private hours. Start anew? Cool. Are you going to get chat to tell you your personality? What elements of the soul, so that you get your new book? One of the funny things is I think the one that I did a new start for you actually gave me the exact same book I have on this one. Craft Nillicant. Carefully clarify the preparation into the Incastum Terminale Nillicant. Okay. 2 minutes. I think I may lose the whist for tomorrow, but I will get over it. All right. So we have a contradiction. I need more edge and forge, and I might as well throw everything at it. So, Fet. I'm just going to go top to bottom for this one. So impulses doesn't help. Hindsight doesn't help. Intuitions doesn't help. Patterns does. So I guess we're on the Winding Stair. Another wheel lock. Storms don't help. Intuitions don't help. Fear does help. Let's do Skin of Silver. It's been a while since I've done that one. Deep Mandaic, the most secret script of the innermost rites of the deep sects of the deep desert. The birth tongue, it is claimed, of the mother of ants herself. You're thinking about it, but I tend to have a tiny chat at the beginning of streams. Fair. I do also personally, like, so I do when I play, and this is admittedly the sort of thing that somebody who's much more familiar with the game can probably afford to say. Personally, I do actually kind of like... I did say I was going to read The Amalgam of the Red Rose, so let's do that one. It's a little bit like Cultist Simulator for me now, in the sense that I tend to have a certain personality for each character that I play. So, like, as a role-playing game, you know, it's not like I sit down and focus a whole lot on stats or something like that, or that I work out a really elaborate backstory, but I do kind of think in broad strokes the type of character that I might be playing, and sort of take that as a seed and bring that into sort of the little personality test they have at the beginning of the game, and then sort of allow some of the emergent stuff that happens, particularly with regards to the salons and the further stories. I think that's kind of a fun way to go about it, because obviously there's lots of material. I think there's 100-something endings to the game, and I don't think I'm going to renew anything at the Sweet Bones again, but Oz, when you were talking about seasonal hiring, so the Sweet Bones has been the public house in Brandkrug since Cromwell's time. Its history is notable, its beer is not. Guests looking for discreet employment or discreet assistance congregate in the snug. So that's the part here. So you can put elements of the soul, but under mine you can put pence, soiled, and soaked. So this does actually mean you can... I don't know, this seems to be something fewer people know, but you can actually dry out your journal in the Sweet Bones. You can be an antisocial librarian at the start. But if you put a shilling in place, depending on the season, You have assistance from a miner. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. Miners offer scale, forge, and a little moon. Alternatively, add a soul card to find any rarer guests who might be seeking employment. So in this case, miners are a bit exceptional in the sense that they offer 3 different aspects. But, well, one thing that may have happened is like the opposite of what happened to me, which was I very rarely put anything in the empty slot here. So I know there is a strong tendency in this game for people to want to fill every empty slot. This kind of comes back to what we were talking about in terms of people being familiar with cards and having an intuition in terms of how this stuff works. But definitely, as long as the button isn't grayed out, and essentially it'll only be grayed out if you have either one of the forbidden or you're missing a required, or sorry, not required, essential. But yeah, you can definitely get by, like in a certain sense, right? You can read lots of books at desks without having something in the tool or ink slot. So conceptually, people kind of understand to do that. But for some things like the Sweet Bones, it's actually really they want to fill all of them. And this is something I used to do in Cultist Simulator. For the longest time, I would put both vitality and money, even though I only needed one or the other, and I was actually wasting either the vitality or the money in Cultist. Although I still won, so it wasn't a major loss. But yeah, so the basic idea of how it works, this is a much more reliable way of getting a certain aspect over the course of the day. The first one is going to be 2, and then the second one is usually 1. In this case, it's the second and third are 1, but I believe the barber gives 2 moth and 1 rose. The orchard keeper, I think, is 2 grail and 1 nectar, or maybe 1 grail and 2 nectar. I can't remember offhand. And then I believe the fisherman is 2 moon and 1 sky, but I always rely on whatever the game says. Sorry, I'm wondering why I'm getting... Oh, World Series. It's like, why on earth is the Wall Street Journal pushing notifications at midnight? But yeah, so this is the consistent way of getting it. You can spend a shilling. Alternatively, you put any amount of money in with an element of the soul. Seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through. And I think you've already run into those before, but if not... No, what am I doing? Oh, Jesus, that might be really bad, actually. I think this miner should replace the other one. Oh, actually, it doesn't have the unique symbol on it, so... The scale is now level 4. Its power aspects have also been increased. Alright. This was a meal redolent of sorrow. Now it's a dish to comfort the damned. So we're ready for the Summer Salon. We just need to wait for our memories and we're good to go. I am reloading if we lose the mine. Okay, so you get more than one. Revelation. Some truths come to us from outside or above. I've learned something or perhaps just remembered it. So in this case, let's get to work on the Slithering Fountain. After all these years, the fountain in the hall is blocked. That's not a surprise. A little more surprising is this. The blockage appears to be mostly snakes. A great many snakes. This, no doubt, is why we have seen so few rats. And actually, for the benefit of... Yeah, just to be clear, the miner does not start with 14 scale. That's the one we built up. So yeah, we fed the miner some beef and whiskey and then threw them to a pit of snakes. Miners' assistants. Thus, they more or less ruled themselves with the help of their wild Celtic temperament, made wilder by the hardness of their lives and the truly ghastly conditions under which they worked. With all this, it is not to be wondered that the Tinners acquired the reputation of being scarcely human, but it must be remembered that among them at all times were those whose characters could stand comparison with the best of men. Paid him a shilling for a chat. So I'm not going to open the TRN package quite yet, just because I need to keep the consider verb open to level up the Metascape Reflections. We'll still need to do one more in on the following day, but more gossip. My emotional support miner. Okay. Yew Blank, a wood sacred to the Malachite, who is also called the Ring Yew, but also the tree that the dead pass in the dark. Pilkers, man, they're going crazy with the fish today. We will sup on 7 sorts of fish. Gather cat's claw carefully. Its mischievous thorns find ways through the thickest gloves. Tox. The Amalgam of the Red Rose, an account by Mistress Redflower of the alchemical operations favored by the House of Lancaster, also identified with the Sunset Road. These operations ultimately led to their victory in the War of the Roads, but are described as now debased. The generals of the House of Lancaster and York are described as brother enemies, a term more usually associated with the dyadic, invariably twinned Edgelong. The author's conclusion is that the author's conclusion is that in the absence of the operations of the Dawn Road, the operations of Sunset inevitably become unbalanced, debased, and ultimately enfeebled. The combination of the two is described tantalizingly as the Forge's true alloy, which gets us a foresight. Oh, you know what? I think I messed up. I think I don't have a memory that I need. I can get an emergency one, though. On the Winding Stair, Gregory Wheellock, the master mason and architect employed by Walter de Wolfe to construct the Winding Stair and the guest chambers in Hush House, describes a more ambitious and dangerous project. Gregory marks the bricks of his roost-touched family home, Treowyn, with Ramsund, hoping to open forbidden doors. This is a real place, by the way. Gregory evidently succeeds in opening a way to something he calls the Moon Hall, but here his account becomes erratic. He insists that in the Moon Hall, the Horned Axe is still an edge power. He hopes for an eternal rival, but cannot find the one he needs. The narrative is increasingly interspersed with chess notations and ends abruptly. Oh, no, we're good. Skin of Silver, the epic of the final battle of the Lionsmith with the remnant giant Antaios. As always, the Lionsmith drew his strength from metal and Antaios from stone, but the Lionsmith began to suspect also that this time Antaios was drawing a power from the moon. The Lionsmith beseeches the three for their assistance, and the Metascape favors him with a skin of silver, like water, like mercury, so he too can drink the power from the moon. For, she whispers, he too will one day be drawn into a perfect balance. Grapes. All right, let's get the Metascape's Reflections. Okay, Contradiction, Foresight, Pattern, Fear, and Anburian Lapidary. Put in the metal, so satisfying to have come so far. Improve the skill to level 5. We're almost where we need to be with that. And I don't think there's anything else for me to do today. We'll run out the clock on the Consider. And I will start opening the TR Unlimited, but if it starts on the next day, we'll just finish that off tomorrow. So I'll cook a beef, I'll marinate a beef. I should have 2 dripping by the end of that. I've learned something, or perhaps just remembered. Oh yeah, I should also keep my Wild Surmise. Eyes open, skies open. Lantern, moth, and sky. And snake time, so another triple knot symbol. Narthex. If you were a pilgrim to the Abbey of the White Crow, you'd purify yourself here. You didn't want to track profane demonian mud or alien Mare Britannicum salt into the holy precincts, or unclean thoughts, especially not unclean thoughts. The priestesses here were a little more merciful than the hours they served, but only a little. It has an Aglaophotis scented candle, a candle scented with Aglaophotis. They generally burn brighter, but we generally burn longer. Light so we can see or so we can celebrate. Widow's candle, light in remembrance. Sea glass, smooth as an egg, frosted like a winter window. A viper egg, a serpent in waiting. Atlantic amber, sunset's colors, pine's blood. And Ava's locks, a pale rack washed up on the beach by Brandkrug. Leaf, the hands of a plant, and flower, the hair of a plant. So there we go. Quite a bit of the Dawn period open. We have one more shrine. We have these sealed vaults. And then we have considerably easier areas, incidentally. The wing-haunted cave, the gaping darkness, the sagging dock, trapped cell, and the impermeable cell. Like I said, I'm just going to let this run out for the day to finish. 30 seconds to open the package. And then let's move Menascate Reflections to where it needs to be. This will eventually be 6, so there we go. Delivery from TRN Limited. Something delightful has arrived. I say that whenever I go to a friend's place. Hey, we got my winter back, or whist back. Nillikant, the Incastum Terminale of the Third History. It's the bleak white-blue of winter. It has spawned an itinerant order of secret celebrants who regard worms as semi-gods, and who are sometimes called on to celebrate difficult funerals. Use an Incastum ink with your journal to make determinations and record histories. If the hours listen, the world changes. There we go. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So I think we're close enough to the start of the day. We can do our unpacking here. So unwrap, unbox, unleash. An order from TRN Unlimited. We've got a spare bottle of Strathcoyne whiskey. Wait a minute. Oh yeah. No, this is the replacement. So, and 4 beef. Roast it, or perhaps marinate it first if you have something intoxicating for the marinade. I'm actually going to start cooking this right away. So roast a beef joint. I'm actually slightly curious if, with the spicing, so spice scales, redolent of decades of piquant passage. So it does have the spicing aspect. Tool or knowledge that might be used to add more exotic savors. I can't see why it would be relevant. Oh, we have an undiscovered. Interesting. Now, I guess the real catch here is that I don't really know what else to do with it. Oh, that's also really interesting. So the question mark went away when I added the... Anyway, clearly we do not need the spices. An ingredient for a higher purpose. And then... Don't make me put you on the bridge. Alright, we'll just say it's aged on the bridge. Food served in Brandkrug jail was unexpectedly hearty and tasty, keeping in Collar's more humane theories of rehabilitation. See? Listen. Collars is the highly unappreciated hero of Book of Hours. Roasted beef joint, a dish with edge, forge, heart, and scale. Roast it or perhaps marinate it first if you have something intoxicating for the marinade. Alright, I got 2 spare ones. So actually, I guess I'll... Technically, I'd be cooking the other one as well. Yeah, we can use the Arab. Well... I think I'd prefer to use the Tryst in this case. So we're going to feed one to a miner. So I figure we'll roast another one. Can you make a meat pie? Can you make a meat pie? Meat pie. Apple pie? Apple is like the meat of a fruit. Meat pie. Roast potatoes. Roast sponge cake. Vegetable spring pie. Kind of like you're reading, really. First of all, Stargazy Pie. All right, have a wonderful evening, DTG16. Stargazy Pie. We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking to the stars. Wild, Lady Windermere's fan. King's Luck Pie. Thyrza Blake always insisted on calling it the Great Pie of Power to the lasting annoyance of her peers. These are bakes, so that doesn't count. Game pie, pheasant or snipe or woodcock or rabbit and tasty pastry. I actually really like the description of the poached mackerel. We do not poach fish in Brandkrug without recalling the turbot crisis of 1786, when Dr. Westcott caught a prodigious turbot and required the kitchen to poach it for him without division. But no vessel of sufficient size could be found to poach it entire. At last they resorted to alchemical assistance. Mackerel, fortunately, requires no alchemy for its poaching. And the other one that I have is sea pie. Once a treat for sailors, hence the name. And then some extra instructions. So indeed, you may make some meat pies. All right, let's find a home for the untouched beef. And that, I think, is it for Book of Hours, but if Bonkles is still around and still game to hear some Jonathan Swift, I am happy to try and read I'm still happy to try and read A Modest Proposal. So let me just tag myself as just chatting for this. Now, I actually have a collected Jonathan Swift, but it was really rainy yesterday, so I am going to just find an online copy. All right. Project Gutenberg seems good. The text is actually quite small, but we can manage. I think if some of you who've read some of my blogs may appreciate how much I pillage this for good ideas. A modest proposal for preventing the children of poor people in Ireland from being a burden on their parents or country and for making them beneficial to the public, by Dr. Jonathan Swift, 1729. It is a melancholy... Actually, I'm on a computer. I can zoom in. It is a melancholy object to those who walk through this great town or travel in the country when they see the streets, the roads, and cabin doors crowded with beggars of the female sex, followed by 3, 4, or 6 children, all in rags, and importuning every passenger for an alms. These mothers, instead of being able to work for their honest livelihood, are forced to employ all their time in strolling to beg sustenance for their helpless infants, who, as they grow up, either turn thieves for want of work, or leave their dear native country to fight for the Pretender in Spain, or sell themselves to the Barbados. I think it is agreed by all parties that the prodigious number of children in the arms or on the backs or at the heels of their mothers, and frequently of their fathers, is, in the present deplorable state of the kingdom, a very great additional grievance, and therefore whoever could find out a fair, cheap, and easy method of making these children sound and useful members of the Commonwealth would deserve so well of the public as to have his statue set up for a preserver of the nation. But my intention is very far from being confined to provide only for the children of professed beggars. It is of a much greater extent, and shall take in the whole the number of infants at a certain age, who are born of parents in effect as little able to support them as those who demand our charity in the streets. As to my own part, having turned my thoughts for many years upon this important subject and maturely weighed the several schemes of our projectors, I have always found them grossly mistaken in their computation. It is true, a child just dropped from its dam may be supported by her milk for a solar year, with little other nourishment, at most not above the value of 2 shillings, which the mother may certainly get, or in the value in scraps by her lawful occupation of begging. And it is exactly at 1 year old that I propose to provide for them in such a manner as, instead of being a charge upon their parents, or the parish, or wanting food and raiment for the rest of their lives, they shall, on the contrary, contribute to the feeding, and partly to the clothing of many thousands. There is likewise another great advantage in my scheme, that it will prevent those voluntary abortions, and that horrid practice of women murdering their bastard children, alas, too frequent among us, sacrificing the poor innocent babes, I doubt more to avoid the expense than the shame, which would move tears and pity in the most savage and inhuman breast. The number of souls in this kingdom being usually reckoned 1.5 million, of these I calculate there may be about 200,000 couple whose wives are breeders, from which number I subtract 30,000 couple who are able to maintain their own children, although I apprehend there cannot be so many under the present distresses of the kingdom. But this being granted, there will remain 170,000 breeders. I again subtract 50,000 for those women who miscarry or whose children die by accident or disease within the year. There only remain 120,000 children of poor parents annually born. The question therefore is, how this number shall be reared and provided for, which, as I have already said, under the present situation of affairs is utterly impossible by all the methods hitherto proposed. For we can neither employ them in handicraft or agriculture, they neither build houses, I mean in the country, nor cultivate land. They can very seldom pick up a livelihood by stealing till they arrive at 6 years old, except where they are of towardly parts, although I confess they learn the rudiments much earlier, during which time they can, however, be properly looked upon as only probationers, as I have been informed by a principal gentleman in the county of Cavan, who protested to me that he never knew above 1 or 2 instances under the age of 6, even in a part of the kingdom so renowned for the quickest proficiency in that art. Hey, we've got Revived Snow here. I'm actually just reading an old essay called A Modest Proposal by Jonathan Swift right now, and we're going to be wrapping up. But thank you very much for the host, and I'm sorry I'm giving such a poor welcome to everybody from Revived Snow's channel, but I do want to kind of keep the flow of this essay going. For those of you that haven't read this before, this is something else. We're currently talking about how to deal with the poor, the children of the poor in Ireland in 1790. So anyways, kids can't become pickpockets until 6, even in Cavan, apparently. I'm assured by our merchants that a boy or girl before 12 years old is no saleable commodity, and even when they come of that age, they will not yield above 3 pounds, or 3 pounds and half a crown at most, on the exchange, which cannot turn to account either the parents or the kingdom, the charge of nutriments and rags having been at least 4 times that value. Is going very well, Revived Snow, thank you. I shall now, therefore, humbly propose my own thoughts, which I hope will not be liable to the least objection. I have been assured by a very knowing American of my acquaintance in London that a young, healthy child, well nursed, is, at a year old, a most delicious, nourishing, and wholesome food, whether stewed, roasted, baked, or boiled, and I make no doubt that it will equally serve in a fricassee or a ragouste. I do therefore humbly offer it to public consideration that of the 120,000 children already computed, 20,000 may be reserved for breed, whereof only 1/4 part to be males, which is more than we allow to sheep, black cattle, or swine. And my reason is that these children are seldom the fruits of marriage, a circumstance is not much regarded by our savages. Therefore, 1 male will be sufficient to serve 4 females. That the remaining 100,000 may, at a year old, be offered in sale to persons of quality and fortune, through the kingdom, always advising the mother to let them suck plentifully in the last month so as to render them plump and fat for a good table. A child will make 2 dishes at an entertainment for friends, and when a family dines alone, the fore or hind quarter will make a reasonable dish, and seasoned with a little pepper or salt, will be very good boiled on the 4th day, especially in winter. I have reckoned upon a medium that a child just born will weigh 12 pounds, and in a solar year, if tolerably nursed, increaseth to 28 pounds. I grant this food will be somewhat dear, and therefore very popular for landlords, who, as they have already devoured most of the parents, seem to have the best title to the children. Infant's flesh will be in season throughout the year, but more plentiful in March, and a little before and after, for we are told by a grave author, an eminent French physician, that fish being a prolific diet, there are more children born in Roman Catholic countries about 9 months after Lent than at any other season. Therefore, reckoning a year after Lent, the markets will be more glutted than usual, because of the number of popish infants, is at least 3 to 1 in this kingdom. Therefore, it will have one other collateral advantage by lessening the number of papists among us. I have already computed the charge of nursing a beggar's child, in which list I reckon all cottagers, labourers, and 4/5 of the farmers, to be about 2 shillings per annum, rags included, and I believe no gentleman would repine to give 10 shillings for the carcass of a good fat child, which, as I have said, will make 4 dishes of excellent nutritive meat, when he hath only some particular friend or his own family to dine with him. Thus the squire will learn to be a good landlord, and grow popular among his tenants. The mother will have 8 shillings neat profit, and be fit for work till she produces another child. Those who are more thrifty, and I must confess these times require, may flay the carcass, the skin of which, artificially dressed, will make admirable gloves for ladies, and summer boots for fine gentlemen. As to our city of Dublin, shambles may be appointed for this purpose in the most convenient parts of it, and butchers, we may be assured, will not be wanting, although I rather recommend burying the children alive than dressing them hot for the knife as we do roasting pigs. A very worthy person, a true lover of his country, and whose virtues I highly esteem, was lately pleased in discoursing on the matter, to offer a refinement upon my scheme. He said that many gentlemen of this kingdom, having of late destroyed their deer, he convinced that the want of venison might well be supplied by the bodies of young lads and maidens, not exceeding 14 years of age, nor under 12, so that a great number of both sexes in every country being now ready to starve for want of work and service, and these to be disposed of by their parents if alive, or otherwise by their nearest relations. But with due deference to so excellent a friend and so deserving a patriot, I cannot be altogether in his sentiments, for as to the males, my American acquaintance assured me from frequent experience that their flesh was generally tough and lean, like that of our schoolboys, by continual exercise, and that their taste disagreeable, and to fatten them would not answer the charge. Then as to the females, it would, I think, with humble submission, be a loss to the public, because they soon would become breeders themselves. And besides, it is not improbable that some scrupulous people might be apt to censure such a practice, although indeed very unjustly, as a little bordering upon cruelty, which I confess hath always been with me the strongest objection against any project, howsoever well intended. But in order to justify my friend, he confessed that this expedient was put into his head by the famous Salmanazar, a native of the island of Formosa, who came from thence to London about 20 years ago, and in conversation told my friend that in his country, when any young person happened to be put to death, the executioner sold the carcass to persons of quality as a prime dainty, and that in his time the body of a plump girl of 15, who was crucified for her attempt to poison the emperor, was sold to his Imperial Majesty's Prime Minister of State and other great mandarins of the court in joints from the gibbet at 400 crowns. Neither, indeed, can I deny that if the same use were made of several plump young girls in this town, who, without one single groat to their fortunes, cannot stir abroad without a chair, and appear at a playhouse and assemblies in foreign fineries, which they will never pay for, the kingdom would not be worse. Some persons of a desponding spirit are in great concern about the vast number of poor people who are aged, diseased, or maimed, and I have been desired to employ my thoughts what course may be taken to ease the nation of so grievous an incumbents. But I am not in the least bit pain upon that matter, because it is very well known that even that they are every day dying and rotting by cold and famine and filth and vermin, as fast as can be reasonably expected. And as to the young laborers, they are now in almost as hopeful a condition. They cannot get work, and consequently pine away for want of nourishment, to a degree that if at any time they are accidentally hired to common labor, they have not the strength to perform it, and thus the country and themselves are happily delivered from evils to come. I have too long digressed, and shall therefore return to my subject. I think the advantages by the proposal which I have made are obvious and many, as well as of the highest importance. For first, as I have already observed, it would greatly lessen the number of papists with whom we are yearly overrun, being the principal breeders of the nation, as well as our most dangerous enemies, and who stay at home on purpose, with a design to deliver the kingdom to the Pretender, hoping to take their advantage by the absence of so many good Protestants, who have chosen rather to leave their country than stay at home and pay tithes against their conscience to an episcopal curate. Secondly, the poorer tenants will have something valuable of their own, which by law has been made liable to a distress, and to help pay their landlord's rent, their corn and cattle already being seized, and money a thing unknown. Thirdly, whereas the maintenance of 100,000 children from 2 years old and upwards cannot be computed at less than 10 shillings apiece per annum, the nation's stock will thereby be increased £50,000 per annum, besides the profit of a new dish introduced to the tables of all gentlemen of fortune in the kingdom, who have any refinement and taste. And the money will circulate among ourselves, the goods being entirely of our own growth and manufacture. Fourthly, the constant breeders, besides the gain of 8 shillings sterling per annum by the sale of their children, will be rid of the charge of maintaining them after the first year. Fifthly, this food would likewise bring great custom to taverns, where the vintners will certainly be so prudent as to procure the best receipts for dressing it to perfection, and consequently have their houses frequented by all the fine gentlemen, who justly value themselves upon their knowledge in good eating, and a skilful cook, who understands how to oblige his guests, will contrive to make it as expensive as they please. Sixthly, this would be a great inducement to marriage, which all wise nations have either encouraged by rewards or enforced by laws and penalties. It would increase the care and tenderness of mothers towards their children, when they were sure of a settlement for life for the poor babes, provided in some sort by the public, to their annual profit instead of expense. We should soon see an honest emulation among the married women, which of them could bring in the fattest child to the market. Men would become as fond of their wives during the time of their pregnancy as they are now of their mares in foal, their cows and calf, or sows when they are ready to farrow, nor offer to kick or beat them, as is too frequent a practice, for fear of a miscarriage. Many other advantages might be enumerated. For instance, in addition to some 1,000 carcasses in our exportation of barreled beef, the propagation of swine's flesh, and improvement in the art of making good bacon, so much wanted among us by the great destruction of pigs, too frequent at our tables, which is in no way comparable in taste or magnificent to a well-grown fat yearling child, which roasted whole will make a considerable figure at a Lord Mayor's feast or any other public entertainment. But this and many others I omit, being studious of brevity. Supposing that 1,000 families in this city would be constant customers of infant's flesh, besides others who might have it in their merry meetings, particularly at weddings and christening, Particularly at weddings and christenings. I compute that Dublin would take off annually about 20,000 carcasses, and the rest of the kingdom, where probably they will be sold somewhat cheaper, the remaining 80,000. I can think of no one objection that will possibly be raised against this proposal, unless it should be urged that the number of people will thereby be much lessened in the kingdom. This I freely own, and indeed one principal design in offering it to the world. I desire the reader will observe that I calculate my remedy for this one individual kingdom of Ireland, and for no other than it ever was, is, or I think ever can be, upon earth. Therefore let no man talk to me of other expedients, of taxing our absentees at 5 shillings a pound, of using neither clothes nor household furniture, except what is of our own growth and manufacture, of utterly rejecting the materials and instruments that promote foreign luxury, of curing the expensiveness of pride, vanity, idleness, and gaming in our women, of introducing a vein of parsimony, prudence, and temperance, of learning to love our country, wherein we differ even from Laplanders and the inhabitants of Tamanambu, of quitting our animosities and factions, nor acting any longer like the Jews who were murdering one another at the very moment their city was taken, or of being a little cautious not to sell our country and consciences for nothing, of teaching landlords who have at least one degree of mercy towards their tenants. Lastly, of putting a spirit of honesty, industry, and skill into our shopkeepers, who, if a resolution could now be taken to buy only our native goods, would immediately unite to cheat and exact upon us in the price, the measure, and the goodness, nor could ever yet be bought to make one fair proposal of just dealing, though often and earnestly invited to it. Therefore, I repeat, let no man talk to me of these and like expedients till he hath at least some glimpse of hope that there will ever be some hearty and sincere attempt to put them into practice. Hello, Prosciutto Fist. But as for myself, having been wearied out of many years with offering of vain, idle, visionary thoughts, and at length utterly despairing of success, I fortunately fell upon this proposal, which, as it is wholly new, so hath something solid and real, of no expense and little trouble, full in our own power, and whereby we can incur no danger in disobliging England. For this kind of commodity will not bear exportation, and flesh being too tender of a consistence to admit a long continuance in salt, though perhaps I could name a country which would gladly eat up our whole nation without it. After all, I am not so violently bent upon my own opinion as to reject any offer proposed by wise men, which shall be found equally innocent, cheap, easy, and effectual. But before something of that kind shall be advanced in contradiction of my scheme and offering a better, I desire the author or authors will be pleased to maturely consider 2 points. First, as things now stand, how they will be able to find food and raiment for 100,000 useless mouths and backs, and secondly, there being around 1 million of creatures in humane figure throughout the kingdom, whose whole sustenance put into a common stock would leave them in debt £2,000,000 sterling, adding to those who are beggars by profession, to the bulk of farmers, cottagers, labourers, with their wives and children, who are beggars in effect, I desire those politicians who dislike my overture, and may perhaps be so bold to attempt an answer, that they will first ask the parents of these mortals whether they would not at this day think it a great happiness to have been sold for food at a year old in the manner in which I prescribe, and thereby have avoided such a perpetual scene of misfortunes as they have since gone through by the oppression of landlords, the impossibility of paying rent without money or trade, the want of common sustenance, with neither house nor clothes to cover them from the inclemencies of the weather, and the most inevitable prospect of entailing the like or greater miseries upon their breed forever. I profess in the sincerity of my heart that I have not the least personal interest in endeavoring to promote this necessary work, having no other motive than the public good of my country, by advancing our trade, providing for infants, relieving the poor, and giving some pleasure to the rich. I have no children by which I can propose to get a single penny, the youngest being 9 years old, and my wife past childbearing. So, to those of you who are still here from Revived Snow's channel, and for those of you who came in part way through, this was Jonathan Swift's A Modest Proposal, which I gave to Bonkles first. So I was actually quite surprised to find the number of people who have not heard of this or read this, because to me, this was like how they introduced the idea of satire in my in my school. And I mean, obviously, it's ruined me forever, but I still think this essay holds up. Obviously, you can tell through how I sort of struggle to read some of the passages that it definitely has a very old-fashioned style to it. And in fact, the copy that I have retains a lot of Swift's original spelling, which, this is before the language was standardized. But yeah, so for those who are maybe not clear on, so actually the other thing I found funny, again, this is, I won't share the individual, but I actually explained this essay as an example of satire to someone, and they went on a fairly extended rant about how horrible people were to each other in history. So it's like, this is basically The Onion before The Onion, for a somewhat dated reference. But the thing that works really well with this is I did make reference to this in one of my first econ classes, because this actually works really well as like a satirical policy proposal. Like the guy, the kind of the voice for this whole proposal is very much like a completely deranged policy guy who is like way too obsessed with the mechanics and the math behind what he's doing, and of course completely ignoring the horror of the prospect of serving up the nation's infants as a dish as a solution to poverty. But obviously it has some of those, again, like you can sort of see how this tends to inform a lot of my own. Obviously I'm no Swift, so it's a pale imitation, but usually there are like the knowing winks inside of it, which if you take it, so first of all, it's so absurd on the surface that you shouldn't think that this is a serious proposal. But obviously that's not enough. There's a quote that I've heard saying that satire is a private joke between the author and the audience at the expense of the people who don't get it. And I actually kind of think there might be something to that. But, there's definitely, beyond just the, just beyond the pure absurdity of it. And there's definitely some like really good touches. So I did my best not to laugh during it, but I do tend to find I have a particular weakness for the point where he mentions that, it's a great idea for like the Lord Mayor's table, or maybe like weddings and christenings, like make sure you just put a good, roast 1-year-old on the table. It'll be a great conversation piece. But there's also like the other little bits inside of it too, right? Where, he said, and I imagine the landlords will probably really like this too. They probably, having already eaten everything else that the parents have, they probably have the best claim to the children as well. Like that is very clearly pointing the actual target of the, like that, where the teeth of this satire are with that line. But there is something about the structure of this that really works for me too. This last bit here, which again is tough to read, but I'll do it a bit slower. Like if you have gone through the whole essay and still think that this might be a serious proposal, the real like final chance to get on the bus and like enjoy the satire with everyone is, after all, I am not so violently bent upon my own opinion as to reject any offer proposed by wise men which shall be found equally innocent, cheap, easy, and effectual. Now again, obviously, if you're up in arms over this proposal, and you're like, it's not any of those things. He continues, but before something of that kind shall be advanced in contradiction to my scheme and offering a better, I desire the author or authors will be pleased maturely to consider 2 points. First, as things now stand, how they will be able to find food and raiment for 100,000 useless mouths and backs. So how are you going to handle this problem? And second, there being around 1 million creatures in humane figure throughout the kingdom whose... Oh, hang on. Yeah, sorry, this was the wrong one. It was this line. I can think of no one objection which will be possibly raised. So So yeah, therefore let no man talk to me of other expedients. So I'll do these each individually. So of taxing absentees at 5 shillings a pound. This is a policy proposal that's still around, right? The empty home tax. That's at least gaining some ground in Canada. Of neither using clothes nor household furniture except of what is of our own growth and manufacture. So this is actually one that we probably have moved away from. This is kind of Adam Smith's contribution to our understanding. The wealth of the nation is our productive capabilities. But what he's describing here is kind of like Colbert's scheme in France. It was a very popular way of working. There used to be an entire foreign policy built around sort of exporting your value-added goods. So like chairs, and importing the raw goods, like the wood to make the chair, of utterly rejecting the materials and instruments that promote foreign luxury, of curing the expensiveness of pride, vanity, idleness, and gaming in our women, of introducing a vein of parsimony, prudence, and temperance, of learning to love our country, wherein we differ even from the Laplanders and the inhabitants of Topinambu, of quitting our animosities and factions, nor acting any longer like the Jews who were murdering one another at the very moment their city was taken. This might seem like a bit of a dated reference, so just to be clear, this isn't like random anti-Semitism. This is kind of a historical one. This is sort of the fall of Jerusalem and the destruction of the temple. So this is, I think, where you get the not Diogenes Laertius, Josephus, like the Josephus problem, where, you know, there's a bunch of people who sort of want to commit suicide rather than be taken by the Romans, but suicide is a sin, so or like a thing you shouldn't do. And so they make an agreement that, you know, they all sort of kill each other, and there's only one person left who has to commit suicide. And the story goes that Josephus didn't want to die, so he had to figure out where he would stand in the circle to make sure he was the one left to go. Obviously, an apocryphal story. I don't think that actually happened, but there is actually a math problem to figure out how do you find out the right spot so you don't get killed by one of the others. So, anyways, historical moment, probably not known as much, but the idea of sort of being in dispute while the city was taken is what he's referring to here, an actual historical event. Of being a little cautious not to sell our country and conscience for nothing, of teaching landlords to have at least one degree of mercy towards their tenants, lastly, of putting a spirit of honesty, industry, and skill into our shopkeepers, who, if a resolution could now be taken to buy only our native goods, basically the same proposal above, would immediately unite to cheat and exact upon us the price, the measure, and the goodness, nor could ever be brought to make one fair proposal of just dealing, though often earnestly invited to it. So basically, another one we often hear, greedflation. So big long list in a paragraph, but therefore I repeat, let no man talk to me of these and like expedients till he hath at least some glimpse of hope that there will ever be some hearty and sincere attempt to put them into practice. So if you have to have it explained to you, he basically gives you a full paragraph of the sorts of things he thinks should actually be done, but obviously presented in this incredibly outrageous presentation. Obviously, it's like dissecting a frog, right? Like, you don't really learn anything and the frog is worse off for it. So it's like whenever you explain a joke or a satire, it doesn't really work as well. But if that was your first exposure to Jonathan Swift-Bonk, well, maybe you were given at least a young person's version of Gulliver's Travels, but I still think this is a wonderful essay. And I will subject you to one more essay, actually, because I think for some of you, the following essay might... Obviously, Unity's changed. But some of you might find an echo in the structure in this one. This is by some System Talk blog. Unity has gone too far. Time to go all the way. Unity has announced a price increase a couple of days ago, which has rightly enraged the developer community. While the seat price remains the same for all Unity licenses, the engine will now charge for unique installs of the Unity runtime once developers pass a certain revenue and install threshold. This unconscionable change strikes at the very heart of what made Unity an appealing platform, its flat fee. Unity is now punishing success with extra fees while letting everybody else benefit from our work. If the poors want to make a video game, they should pay the same price as the rest of us. Back when I started making games, we didn't have free handouts in the form of video game engines. We needed to build everything from scratch, and it made us appreciate our craft. We took the risk and collected the full reward. Then came Unity, and it trivialized all that work. It arrived with a business model calibrated to reap the maximum reward by creating the largest number of developers and put those tools in the hands of anyone with a few bucks and a desire to make games. But I could at least reconcile the greater competition with the fact that the market was functioning and that the best developers would survive. The recent announcement changed all that. Now John Riccitiello, who donated to Barack Obama's campaign, by the way, has decided to make any developer making more than $1 million US has to pay an extra to support the development of the engine. What possible incentive do I now have to make more than $1 million after January 1st if it's going to subsidize the kind of developers who make visual novels about romance between fridges? It's almost like they saw Valve's incentive to succeed through reduced revenue share and decided to put that money straight into their pocket. And I know that this article is going to provoke a bunch of whiners. Oh, it's really hard out there. I need all the help I can get. Or, what if people hate my game and install bomb me? What if I put it in a charity bundle? It's almost like these people don't understand that the idea of giving to charity involves a cost. If you don't incur a cost, how can you claim the tax write-off? People worried about install bombs should just take a page from Gearbox, a model of corporate stewardship, when the Epic Game Store crybabies sent them 3,000 negative reviews. Ignore them. At least they're buying your game. Heck, raise the prices. But I'm being unfair. Unity is absolutely guilty of putting us on the road to serfdom, but developers can't choose the environment they're born in. Unity's decision doesn't just affect the incentives to succeed, it promotes a certain type of game and monetization strategies over others. Certain types of games and monetization strategies over others. What does an aspiring developer who isn't looking for a handout but simply trying to navigate a shifting marketplace do? A new or small developer needs to consider what is incentivized in the market and align with those strengths in order to reach a level where they might be able to dictate their own terms. Those incentives are clearly articulated in Unity's blog, and the answer is simple. Become a pornographer. Pornographic games are often web-based in order to avoid the restrictions placed on them by certain storefronts. Web games do not count towards the Unity runtime fee. In addition, so many developers today complain about discoverability problems, and this problem is solved too. Imagine that you could use the Warhammer 40,000 license to make a game. Warhammer 40,000 has a large and rabid fan base who will buy just about anything with shouty men on the cover. Many developers don't license this property because they don't have the money. Pornography also has a rabid fan base who will seemingly buy just about anything, demand even less on the covers, and will have none of the licensing costs. Porn is the Warhammer 40k for web-based games. With this one move, not only have you circumvented the Unity runtime fee, but you have opened up an entirely new revenue source with which to build your tech and maybe even put into some personal projects that don't have to sell well. I've seen a lot of talk about switching over to engines like Unreal, but this isn't really a solution for a new developer. I can understand the appeal. The flat 5% rate is as appealing as flat taxes are in the real world, but you can't just go for the most expensive option right away. When I started out, I had a simple watch. I didn't buy the Nomos Glashut right away. I earned that watch after my success. Sometimes we have to deny ourselves the things that we want, and we learn to appreciate them more as a result. Cutting your teeth as a Unity pornographer will let you build the experience and financial wherewithal to make luxury choices like Unreal, or even the more conspicuous consumption of the big leagues like changing engines in production. The examples for these are Duke Nukem Forever, Daikatana, and the System Shock remake. Unity may have broken the trust that our work would not be used to subsidize the work of our unprofitable peers, but there will always be demand for savvy developers willing to take a sober look at the market. Unity's guidelines are clear and are practically screaming to take advantage of this new opportunity. If John Riccitiello wants to make a claim on your success, jump into the porn sector and dare him to follow you. I'm going to assume you all know the inspiration for that. Swift obviously did it better. But yeah, for those of you who are not clear on the development things here, so Duke Nukem Forever, I think, originally started with the Quake 2 engine, and I think eventually ended in Unreal, but its development was from 1997 to 2011. Daikatana, similar idea. I think that might have even started with the Quake engine. And I think actually wound up with Unreal in the end, too. Oh, no, it was Quake 2. But another spectacularly delayed game. Not as long as Duke Nukem. Although I think it started in the same year. So this 97? Yeah, so also another one. Not a particularly popular game. I was really mad about this one. I was actually a backer on it. And they did a pretty decent Unity demo, which I did back on the basis of. Because like if you show a demo, you show you can deliver it. And basically the Kickstarter was very successful. And they announced that they were scrapping everything and starting over in Unreal. And it wound up being like 2 or 3 years late. So estimated delivery 2017. Oh God, it's longer than that. This came out like this year, maybe last year. I was pissed. I am not a happy backer of this, although they did ultimately deliver the game. But yeah, I'm going to assume people don't have. This is like this article's September 15th, 2023, and Unity has finally canceled the runtime fee. But I don't know. I was reasonably pleased with how this one turned out. If anybody has any questions on it, I'm happy to answer them. But we are actually 90 minutes over. I need to get to sleep. So I'm going to find somebody to host. I hope you're feeling better, Prosciutto Fist. I'm sorry it was so short. And I know some of you just recently came either from a raid or other activity. There's not too many people online, but I do notice Will Shand is doing strange and scary games, and I know it's Halloween now, so he is a decent. He's somebody I knew in. Fair enough. Did you stream tonight? I thought you were canceling it because you were sick. Anyways, I hope it went well. If you did. Oh, fair enough. So you must have done the Salem witch trials. I'm sorry, I'm in raid mode now, but yes. Thank you all for watching. Sorry to run away for those of you who joined us recently. I hope you enjoyed A Modest Proposal. I hope you also slightly enjoyed my game essay, but it's not Jonathan Swift, so I'll understand if you didn't. And I will be back on Friday. We will be continuing to level up the... and thank you, Revive Snow. You got it worse out of everybody because you didn't even really get that much of a shout out. You kindly hosted me right as I was starting to read a truly obscene essay of people do not understand the context. Yeah, came straight into baby cooking. I think it's such a well written essay though. The world needs more Jonathan Swift. Anyways, I will see you. Did you have to do that in school? I probably won't get an answer by the end, but in BC we had it as part of the curriculum. But yeah, anyways, I'll be back on Friday. We will do more of the skill upgrades, and I think I'll probably be able to... Oh, so that might have been new to you too. We'll probably do Connie's further story on Friday as well, but that's assuming that I can get enough sleep. Please enjoy Shan's broadcast. Take care.